Online Darts Live League is returning for Bank Holiday Monday here in England, and wherever you are watching from around the world, we welcome you to today's coverage, whether you're tuning in via your favourite bookmaker site or indeed via the Online Darts YouTube channel. We have a new group for you today. Group A will include this man, the rapid-firing Scott Baker from Tipton, the same hometown as another great player from the West Midlands in Jamie Hughes. But this man from South of Wales, that is Robert Owen, the former UK Open semi-finalist, with one of the best nicknames in the game, Stack Attack. You might have to hang on to your hats for this one, because we do have some fast players for you today. Not just these two, but we have Andy Jenkins making his return. Ryan Hogarth has made the trip, as we've just had our first bit of confusion. It is Robert to go first, so let's have take two. Yes, we do have Ryan Hogarth from Kelso joining us, as well as the very dangerous Arron Monk. And
60.
Maybe headlining today, we have Wayne Warren, the former champion of the world. Say former, well, no one's taken that trophy off him, so to speak. So maybe we should call him the reigning and defending champion of the world. First and foremost, though, these two who have never met each other before will go at it in game number one. Of course, all games are best of 7 legs.
60.
2 points for a win. And there will be 15 matches in total today. So 5 matches for each player.
137.
The basic goal for these players over the next 3 days is to be top of Group A in week number 8. And if you do top the group at the end of Wednesday's play, you will make it through to Saturday's finals, which will take place on Saturday night. If indeed you don't top the table, your position in the table will stipulate where you play on Thursday and Friday. Of course, places 2 and 3 will play in Group C on Thursday and Friday night. Robert Owen looking at double 12.
92.
We will see more of that very unusual angle in the board throughout the course of this week, as Scott Baker just misses out on the double 16 for a 131 checkout. Early quality here from both players.
Whoa.
Well, it is double 3, but only just. And that is double 3, as you see Robert Owen take the first leg of today's play. Welcome along. I am Paul the Asset Nicholson, and thank you for joining us today. We have a best of 7 match, which will be rapid fire.
60.
And it may suit Scott Baker, the mod, the man who has one of the best images in the sport.
180.
Against Robert Owen, who could be a dark horse today, because he is someone who has never lacked confidence.
55.
I spoke to Robert very briefly this morning and said, you're looking very Dimitri Vandenberg with that brace on your leg. I didn't ask him what it was about. I don't like to pry into people's business. But wearing a knee brace right now is becoming a bit of a fashion statement in darts. That one that Robert has on his left leg is a lot more broad. It seems to be going from the groin area of the left leg towards the left ankle. The good thing for Robert is that it's not on his lead leg.
83.
So he's not planting a lot of lead weight when he's throwing.
81.
It's not hampering his play as well. 138 left after 9. He's got to stay on 19s really. 60 to square things up.
98.
And that is what he plants. early issues here for Scott Baker, who
59.
is a very good tactician, a great technician. But it is Robert Owen who looks at tops for the first break of throw of the week. Neither being close.
Third
That
down.
one extremely close as he takes a 2-0 lead and making things very, very difficult for Scott Baker at the start of this best of 7 match. Just a little sip of the water there as they both grace their designated areas here in the playing arena. But the first 7 weeks of the Online Darts Live League provided us with some huge highlights.
140.
And week 7 in particular produced the first weekly title for Martin Adams. So many congratulations to Wolfie, who worked extremely hard for the first month and a half of this event. And has got himself a weekly title before the Online Darts Live League takes a 2-week break after week 8. So by the end of this week, you will have had your fix
83.
of us, and you will have to take a 2-week sabbatical from the action. But we will return. I will just leave that hanging in the air.
50.
As to when we return, we will confirm everything, I'm sure, by the end of the week.
45.
But as far as highlights are concerned, in the first 7 weeks, the highest average was recorded by Jason Askew, 118.44. Most individual 180s in a match was last week, thanks to Niall Cullerton against Scott Marsh. He got 6 in a match. Quite the effort.
60.
We've had 570 checkouts, and 2 of them are from players we're going to see today. The fact that we have 4 new players today
120.
out of the 6, I think we're going to get a fair bit of hunger from the likes of Robert Owen and
100.
Scott Baker, because they have been starved of competitive action at the start of 2021. They've been chomping at the bit. 88. 4 now. Back to the bottom of the board.
12.
And Scott Baker has a chance to get his first leg of the contest here. Doesn't get a shot at the ball.
56.
And Robert is given plenty of time to take care of business. And that is exactly what he's done in leg 3. Looking for an early bagel. Now, there's nothing wrong with an early bagel on a Monday morning. But the fact of the matter is, Robert Owen wants to win this to 0 to bolster his leg difference. It may not just come down to the amount of points that you earn. Indeed, we will look at leg difference. And if we have to look past leg difference, because you've got the same as somebody else, we will look at the head-to-head record, of course, over the 3 days to separate players in the table. They will play each other 3 times over the next 3 days, so it's pretty simple to separate them in that regard. But I'm sure there are plenty of you out there
100.
who will be having a little flutter on who wins the table today. And if indeed someone is on the same points and the same leg difference, we will look at the head-to-head record on the day.
100.
That's why the leg difference is so important.
85.
Sometimes you can get such a run of results that give you a massive leg difference advantage over somebody else. It's the equivalent of another win.
96.
This is the first leg of this match where Scott Baker has bossed the scoring element.
136.
And this is a very, very tidy looking leg from Scott Baker. Doesn't look like we are going to get a donut or a bagel right here, because that's a good marker.
20.
But 3 misses offer Robert Owen the chance to finish the match right here. That's a 60. He has one match start. And there was a look of resignation on the face of Scott. But he is given another chance. Saves himself with a 17 darter, does Scott. And he will breathe a sigh of relief that he is not nilled in the very first game. And he's very much still in this match. It's going to be a bumper week of darts with the Premier League returning later in the week, of course. And you've got 6 days of online darts live league as well. Group A Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. See, we don't take days off on bank holiday Mondays. We just keep the action flowing.
140.
We will have Group B and Group C on Thursday and Friday, of course. And then the finals on Saturday night. I can reveal who will join us for Group B on Thursday. And that will be Colin Osborne returning after a very successful week a few weeks ago. Josh McCarthy and Paul Holloway will join him. And, of course, places 4, 5 and 6 from this group after Wednesday.
41.
And for Group C we have Stephen Burton, James Richardson and the Week 2 champion Chaz Barstow coming back. And that, of course, involves the Week 3 champion James Richardson. So strong players returning for the end of Phase 1 of the Online Darts Live League.
100.
That was fairly strong from Robert, because that ton sets up 3 match darts.
60.
And Baker can do absolutely nothing from 166. For early points and early confidence, he needs to go from the left-hand side of the hockey. That's really, really unfortunate. But I tell you what, that was not unfortunate, because that was not where he was aiming, but it's what he got in the end that counts. It is a 4-1 victory to Robert Owen, and that is a fabulous start to his campaign. Andy Jenkins and Ryan Hogarth will join us for match 2 in just a few moments. Swiftly into match number 2 of today's Group A play. And we do welcome back Andy Jenkins. In a nice shade of black today, not wearing his usual blue, which is being sported by this man. His first game in the Online Darts Live League. Ryan Hogarth from Kelso, beautiful part of the Borders, just over from the Northumberland coast. And a little bit to the west towards central Scotland. But a gorgeous part of the Borders of Scotland that I have seen many, many times, and feels like a long time since I've seen Ryan. Be really interesting to see how he performs today.
60.
Maybe this is an opportunity for him to get the competitive juices flowing. Because we haven't seen a great deal of Ryan
100.
since the 2020 BDO World Championship at the O2. Because of the pandemic, of course, not a great deal of Challenge Tour action. Ryan did not take part in the Live League last year, which Andy did. So this will be a nice gauge for Ryan to see where his game is at. It's not a particularly easy start for him against Andy Jenkins, who is well seasoned at this challenge. Although it has to be said, I was looking at the stats for Andy this morning, and I was somewhat surprised by his win percentage in the 35 matches he's actually played in the Online Darts Live League so far in 2021.
140.
Played 35, won 15, so has lost more matches than he's won. That one surprised me a tad. I expected his win percentage to be above 50%, but it was below that at 43. So, good week this week. We'll rectify that. But he's under early threat from Ryan Hogarth, who takes a 13-dart break to start his campaign today. Early strength from the Scot, and early problems for Rocky Andy Jenkins in this first match for them today. Only one other player in this field who has previous experience, as Andy stands in the background there with a somewhat quizzical look.
45.
We do have the furiously talented Arron Monk to come, and he will play Wayne Warren next. Whenever Andy Jenkins and Arron Monk are on the same bill, I always look to see when they will play each other, because their rivalry over the years, admittedly their age is very different, but the rivalry between Jenkins and the Monk family is quite a thing. It's all about bragging rights, of course, but they will play each other in match 8.
60.
Don't want to look too far ahead, because yes, you'd like to get that really strong start today.
140.
Just get the feeling that positioning yourself after 2 days of play is key. Give yourself the chance to top the table come Wednesday.
41.
Don't be out of the running. We've seen strong starts from the likes of Keelan Kay and Jamie Caven in Group A from previous weeks. And they have not gone on to win that group. So it's about steady accumulation of points
81.
and minimising mistakes. Well, Jenkins in this match so far is not firing on all cylinders
41.
and is having to rely on mistakes from Hogarth, which there have been more of in this second leg than there were in the first.
55.
Just watch out for Ryan when he brings the dart back towards his face. There's a bit of what I like to call flight deviation. The dart doesn't stay level, it it wobbles in his hand. Look at that. Up and down, up and down. So it takes a lot of real control of that grip to maintain
42.
a good trajectory when it leaves the hand. And he doesn't have that issue. Double 12.
54.
Might have an issue if Ryan negotiates 95 though. Well, he doesn't have to use the bull.
90.
That was a really, really aggressive try. And it almost paid off.
There you go.
But the double 12 for Andy Jenkins, and he breaks in 22. He was broken in 13. Then he breaks in 22. So this match has shifted, but it is 1-1 after 2. So we're none the wiser as to who's got this one in the bag. I also had a glance at Andy's career before
100.
we began today. He's been around a very long time. 30 years playing for his county. Been playing from a very, very young age. Seems like he's been around forever. We can't really envisage a world of darts without him.
84.
But you may be somewhat surprised to hear that he's only won 3 BDO titles and 3 PDC titles in his career.
81.
Some of the titles he has won are very impressive. Around the turn of the
140.
century, you felt he was playing his best darts. And he's been a bit of a journeyman over the last 10 to 12 years, but has had some very, very good results on tour and has been battling to be a mainstay on tour. He's been on and off the tour quite some years, but there's no denying one thing, and that's his passion for this sport. Sometimes I think that is
77.
just as important as results.
There you go.
Tops, and he gets a 13 darter, the second 13 darter of this match, but it signifies the first hold for Andy Jenkins, and it signifies his first lead in this match. They do say that if you love your job, you'll never work a day in your life. Well, I know that Andy loves darts. So, as far as that's concerned, he hasn't really been working at this game for the best part of 3 decades.
180.
First 180 of the contest for Andy Jenkins, and it could be the right time for him to really kick on.
43.
He may have exposed some early weakness here for Ryan Hogarth.
100.
What I think is really important as well is that Andy, up until last year, was using a very old set of darts that were old trusty tungsten barrels that he'd held and flung for many a year. This year he has chosen to move to a new
81.
set. And if you think for a professional dart player that shouldn't be a problem, well, sometimes it is. You think about Henrik Stenson, the former
95.
Open golf champion. He was using the same 3-wood with the same blue shaft for years and years and years because he just trusted it.
100.
Eventually, when the face caved in, he had to use something else. And he's been forced to do something similar, using new darts. And over the last couple of legs, he hasn't had an issue with them. Tops after 12 again.
Yeah, go.
And the 14 darter this time will elevate the average a little bit more. So that second leg seems to have been an anomaly in this match because all of the other legs have been world class. 3-1 Andy Jenkins now. You are going to have to be keeping your eye on the action today because no player
140.
is going to be hanging around. He get the feeling that the intensity is going to go up just a little bit more when Arron Monk
45.
races the Oki in about 10 minutes' time.
$85.
I think the one thing I admire the most about Andy, though, throughout his career is if you look at some YouTube footage of him playing Mark Day of Buckinghamshire in the youth final from the late 80s, I believe it was. Look at his technique then
100.
and look at his technique now. The technique has not changed at all. To be able to maintain the same throw
140.
for 35 years, I cannot stress how difficult that is. It just goes to show what a gifted dart player Andy
100.
is. You can have all the passion in the world, but sometimes you will be critiqued about the way you deliver a dart. And for me,
85.
one of the best techniques that I've seen over the course of time has come from this man. And he's looking to finish the match 4-1, the same as Robert Owen in match 1. Well, he's going to have to wait for that opportunity, if indeed he gets the opportunity to win 4-1, because he's missed a big single.
44.
No chance of the top shot for Ryan. And things have gone wrong since that first leg. And Andy's on his favourite double. And he doesn't miss
Okay,
with the
shot.
third dart. It's not the finish that he wished for, but it is the result that he wished for. He keeps pace with Robert Owen at the top. Now the question is, can Wayne Warren and Arron Monk do the same? Well, they will go head to head next. 2 matches down, and things just seem to keep getting better, don't they, today, as we welcome Wayne Warren to the Online Darts Live League for the very first time. He's up against Arron Monk, the 31-year-old from Andover in Hampshire, who these days is looking particularly swole, as they say in fitness magazines. But this man, who has graced a roof or two in his life, that's why he's got a fantastic tan. But the only thing that was glistening in his career, apart from his tan, was that beautiful trophy that he hoisted early last year. A moment that can never be taken away from him. But it's what Wayne Warren does from here is what people are really, really interested about. Well, Arron Monk, a bit of a Group A ninja, you could say, because at the start of the Online Darts Live League
96.
8 weeks ago, he bossed Group A and made his way to the finals of week 1. Now he's in week 8, playing in Group A again.
60.
Knowing Arron as I do, he will expect the same result. Got a very, very difficult task on his hands.
140.
But Arron Monk is one of the most gifted dart players on this planet. Technically excellent, full of energy.
81.
And he would admit that the thing that has held him back over the last 6 or 7 years is probably the grey matter between his ears.
133.
Early evidence of that skill that he possesses, and putting Wayne Warren under immediate pressure.
95.
When you look at the talent in this group, it's very, very difficult to think who could possibly cruise through it, but who could work their way through it. Well, anybody could. He is the kind of person to go for anything he sees,
25 left.
and that would have been an early firework from Arron Monk. Just watch out for some of those exhibition shots as well. Arron does like to go for his
100.
shots instead of laying up. He likes to go a few different routes as well.
And 2.
But there is nothing wrong with that. To start this match, he's got a 14 darter under his belt and is looking extremely comfortable. He maintains this, he could be very hard to beat. Wayne Warren, of course, the current world modern amateur darts champion, the owner of the world belt,
180.
which he kept in possession at the Dawn at the back end of last year, where he beat Scott Mitchell.
10.
He will have to defend that belt in due course, as he was scheduled to defend that belt against Jared Cole recently, but the evening was
43.
postponed, but it will be taking part in the coming weeks. And with Jared Cole picking up a weekly title in week 6 here,
85.
Wayne Warren will want to send a message to Jared by winning this group and potentially the week, to say to Jared, you're going to have to keep playing well, kidder, to take my belt.
40.
Could be a new experience here for Wayne Warren as well. I don't know how much he has played online in the last year, and I don't know how much he has played where he's got to count his own scores. So when you haven't done that before, it can unsettle your rhythm just a little bit.
32.
And Arron Monk is very versed in this format after playing a lot of live league darts last year, and already playing some in 2021 too.
140.
Again, he positions himself very handily after 12 darts.
45.
Had a chance for a 12 in leg 1. He's got a chance at the 15 in leg 2.
Monk.
And expect the gesturing. Expect the naming of himself. Expect fireworks when it comes to Arron Monk. It's just what you get with his darting product.
55.
And Wayne Warren may expect to be 2-0 down. Well, that is a big mistake from Arron Monk. He decides to bust the score, which I think is the right play. I'm surprised he missed double 10. There have been periods in his career where he could have hit it with his eyes closed. He's given the extra opportunity to double his lead here. Tricky. Too tricky.
10.
And in similar fashion to the Andy Jenkins-Ryan Hogarth game, leg 1 was brilliant. Leg 2 doesn't have a result when both players have thrown at 7 different visits. And we still don't have a first leg for Wayne Warren. Just an early settler required, maybe. Can Arron bounce it in? Genuinely disappointed with that effort when you've got the perfect guide, thoroughly underpitched. Can someone hit a double in this leg?
No scope.
Well, Arron, you know you made the mistake in the last visit. Can you put it right? He's going to split it. No, he's not. He's going to go straight for it. He's going to be the stubborn dart player that we know he is, in a good way. And he does double his lead. 2-2-0. The averages are out the window, but the result is looking favourable for Arron. Well, Arron is the kind of player that looks at the glass half empty. And he should look at it more half full.
99.
Interestingly enough, when he played in the Live League in 2020, he was utilising a set of darts that were shorter. The barrel was
100.
a bit chunkier, and he used them to great effect. But he has gone back to his old signature set today with an aluminium medium stem. This is almost reminiscent of what he used to use. He did say to me at one point a little while ago that he was confused as to which set to use. He would sometimes just pick up the set that was closest to him and use them.
99.
I've always thought that players should know exactly what set they're going to use. Just takes the
60.
confusion away from the game. But Arron is a bit like Peter Wright in the respect that he can throw anything. He's a very gifted thrower.
96.
He has darts swimming through his veins in his DNA. He's been around the game about as long as Wayne Warren.
100.
Back to those very interesting days where he was caught on camera crying his eyes out because his dad was winning at Lakeside. Double 12 would have been for a brilliant 122. Wayne Warren in a lot of trouble. He keeps dragging that first dart into the treble 5.
95.
Can Arron finish the job a little sooner in leg 3? The answer is no, and that is going to be a real splinter in the sock. 11 left for Wayne, and that doesn't help.
Too late.
He busts it, and quite frankly, I don't blame him. He shouldn't have. I can't really blame him for feeling a little bit miffed about that effort. Right, can Arron negotiate the angle?
In free.
He may not have liked that leg, but you have to say that was a brilliant dart from Arron Monk. Clean, uncluttered shot into the double three, and it is 3-0 to Monkey. That's what everybody calls him. Very reminiscent of the nicknames you find for the likes of Mark Walsh and Dave Chisnell. Just take the surname and stick a Y on the end.
100.
He does, of course, have the darts nickname the Mad Monk, but that was also his dad's nickname.
134.
I find it very hard to categorise what kind of player Arron is. Whether he's intrinsic or extrinsic, and by that I mean, do we judge him on performance or titles or wins? And I think, in a sense, for Arron it's about the way he plays.
95.
If he plays well, he wins the majority of his matches. But even he couldn't beat Jason Askew in the week 1 finals, averaging over 100, because the average from Jason of 118.44, that is the best we've ever seen in the Live League, whether it's this year or last year. A win in this leg or the next, and he will keep pace with Andy Jenkins and Robert Owen at the top of the table. Wayne Warren's predicament is very, very different. He will be in the same position as Ryan Hogarth and Scott Baker, still looking for their first win.
129.
Great approach there from the Yank, as he is called, but he may be out of this match if double eight is hit. And Wayne Warren was shaking his head up and down there with approval, as if to say he was expecting Arron to hit that. Oh, that was in, and then it was out, and then it was out. That is really unfortunate. It left a puncture mark in the double 16, but it got too much of a deflection on the previous dart. And Arron Monk takes full advantage as he gets a 4-0 win against Wayne Warren, and he goes top of the table after one match played for all players. Well, Scott Baker, who was defeated in his first game of the day, now takes on Andy Jenkins, who looks to double his tally. Game 4 action just about to commence with Scott Baker. As you can see, the 35-year-old throwing the 14-gram dart, throwing the lightest dart of all of the players today, and the lightest dart of most players. You don't see many players with such a light dart these days, with the exception of maybe Stephen Bunting, who throws a 13 or 12-gram dart. But Andy Jenkins, who started with a tidy display against Ryan Hogarth, will now look to double his points tally to take a position at the top of the table, which which is now currently held by Arron Monk on leg difference.
60.
After that 4-0 win against Wayne Warren, who maybe just needed that game to settle into this campaign.
60.
Earlier on, Scott was defeated 4-1 by a very good looking Robert Owen, who averaged just over 91.5. Scott averaging around 83 in that match. But the performance of Jenkins for me, I thought was okay. It was above average for the Online Darts Live League, because before play commenced today, the overall average for everybody was around 84.5, and the checkout percentage in total for everybody was 33.7, which is around the 1 out of 3 territory, which is very good. Andy was above both of those statistics in his previous match. So if he can maintain that or potentially go up a notch, he may be too strong for Scott.
100.
Now, there is no evening darts action tonight, but there is a live lounge with Online Darts on YouTube tonight, so don't forget to tune in for that via the Online Darts YouTube channel.
100.
They will talk everything darts tonight and chew the fat. Phil Bars will be your host. And Scott Baker goes next door. It's an interesting try on the 88, but he has scored 82 there to leave himself on 6. And I think Andy wasn't expecting him to go treble 16 first. Double 16 for Andy Jenkins. And he's looking the sharper of the two, as a 17 darter was good enough to break the throw of the mod to start this one off. Looking very, very good is Rocky, as he gets himself in the lead. We all say there's no days off in darts. When you've been travelling the tour like these two have over the last few years, and indeed for Andy, decades, there are many people waking up today having a public holiday. Well, I can testify to the fact that there is no such thing in the sport. One of the traditions that we have within the PDC system these days is that
60.
during Easter we always go to Munich for the European tour. Well, that hasn't happened for the last couple of years, and it has been missed.
59.
And the last time I saw Scott Baker was on the European tour. It was last year
40.
in the beautiful town of Riesa.
$76.
Just a wonderful person to be around, Scott Baker. He really is. Hasn't got an enemy in the world. He is one of those people that you come across very rarely, who just loves life. He knows what he wants from life, and he takes it. He's really into his bikes, of course.
125.
I do believe he's got a Lambretta. Double 16. Well, he hasn't got the second leg, and he might lose leg 2 in the same amount of darts as he lost leg 1.
Yeah, damn sure.
Well, it wasn't the same amount of darts, but the same result has gone the way of Andy Jenkins, and we're starting to see momentum sway towards Jenks here, as Scott Baker is allowing chances to go his way. Yeah, talking to Scott about 7 months ago in Germany about
100.
his bike, and he said that he'd got his hands on another one to completely refurbish. I don't know what stage that refurbishment is at, but if he hasn't had much to do over the last few months, maybe he's completed that bike.
95.
But like one of my darting colleagues likes to talk about Darius Labanauskas, saying he's a brand, he's a lifestyle.
60.
Well, I would say that Scott Baker's a bit of a lifestyle as well. He doesn't care if anybody else follows it. He just knows who he wants to be, and I really admire that.
Arron
Over the last
40.
3 decades, Andy has lived, breathed, and played darts.
100.
He has gone up against the best and won. Wonder what else there is to do for his legacy before he decides not to play darts again. But you just get the feeling with Andy that he's going to play until he draws his last breath. He'd have to pry his darts out of his cold hands, I get the feeling. Single 20, back for that double 16 for a 3-0 lead. And he's doing very good things in this match. I said at the back end of his first match that double 16 was his favourite double. Well, in this match, he has barely missed it, and he's 3-0 up. Bit of a rude awakening this morning for Scott Baker.
85.
On the end of the best performance of the day so far from Robert Owen, who will be back at the Oki in match number 5 against Wayne Warren. But this standard from Andy, it's very similar to what we saw in his first match. Average of in the around 89 mark. The one thing that has improved are the doubles. Around 44% in his first match. Right here, he's at 75%.
92.
And Andy is very comfortable playing in this environment after playing not just the 1 week, but he has played in a couple of weeks. And for me, Andy has provided us with one of the highlights of Phase 1 as well.
98.
When playing Fallon Sherrick, he took out 350 in 6 darts. That very rare bird where you see someone hit a 180 followed by the maximum checkout. This is not a maximum checkout, but it would have been very impressive to finish with a 4-0 scoreline. And he's forcing Scott Baker to take a 156. Well, with Andy on a checkout percentage of 3 out of 4, you fancy this is the game. Double 6. He frowns, but he frowns no more. That is a 4-0 scoreline, and that sails him to the top of the table over his main rival in this group, you feel, Arron Monk. But how will people respond from that? Wayne Warren hasn't had much of a break, but he'll be back at the Oki next against Robert Owen. back to the Online Darts Live League. I am Paul the Asset Nicholson. We're looking at match number 5 now. As the man from Trebert. I think I said that right. And if I didn't say it right, everybody who's tuning in from Wales, I do apologise. But the man from Bridgend, who I've definitely said that right for, is in a very good position after his first match today. Looking very buoyant is the man nicknamed Stack Attack. But he could pose problems here for Wayne Warren, who had the worst statistics of all of the players in their first match. And after one match each, this man had the best. So an all-Welsh clash. And not our first all-Welsh clash of the Online Darts Live League for 2021. But an improvement is needed from Wayne Warren if he's going to have
59.
a tally of points at the end of today's play that he will be satisfied with. Now, Robert Owen is someone who I've spoken to on many occasions about many subjects, particularly dart shirts, because in the past he's had some very colourful numbers.
85.
And he pulled me on something once about a design that I called just a bit too garish. And he told me that the shirt was designed by some local school kids, and I felt absolutely terrible about calling it a bit garish. So I'm going to watch my P's and Q's when it comes to talking about his garments in the future. But he has a game that is all his own. It's all about that right there. The nickname says it, Stack Attack. He's got a reverse stacking method, which is the exact reverse to what Wayne does, getting the darts to land very upright. And on that
25.
occasion, too far to the left. But Robert, when he is on song, is a very, very handy scorer. And if you were to look at the dartboard, straight on, his darts would land extremely flat in a reverse manner, and the darts would kink to the left. That's why you get the way the darts look in the board from our camera angle. They're actually facing the camera. Double top. And double 10 is missed also to give Wayne a shot at the 1-3-2. Just needs a bit of a confidence boost, you feel, Wayne Warren, after losing 4-0 to Arron Monk. This would be just the ticket. He's got 88 left, and he's got two options, I feel. Treble 20 or treble 16. The options are being surveyed.
'64.
And Robert Owen is given a second chance to break the throw. And that is exactly what you get with Robert Owen. That dart facing the camera straight on, just to signify how much they go in a little bit sideways, but it's where the point ends up that it's the most important thing, and it's right in the double 10 for 1-0. I remember also Robert talking about where he wanted to position himself
135.
after he made the semi-finals of the UK Open back in 2018, a tournament that was played behind closed doors because of
140.
a massive snowfall called the Beast from the East. Just a bit of winter, really. Not sure why all of them need a name.
180.
But there you see from that camera angle just how sideways they land when they get to the board. But just how effective is it for Robert Owen to trust that angle?
125.
He stands well left on the oche. He's almost the anti-Stephen Bunting. If you find a formula that works, just use it.
100.
That semi-final run was unexpected 3 years ago. He hasn't been able to kick on since then, but he has had some excellent PDC results in that hot spell between the back end of 2017 and the back end of 2018. Just a lay up here for Robert.
54.
He is down in the bottom left corner after 12. He's been scoring so well today.
36.
Double 16 for Wayne's opponent shouldn't be an issue, because even when he misses on the outside, it's not going to be in the way.
Oh, it's rubbish. 16.
Well, he categorised it with one word: rubbish. As a dart player myself, I can testify that when you don't scare the target the way he didn't in that visit, you've got every right to feel like you didn't do your job. Double 8, and he gets the job done this time. 16 dart hold on top of the break that he got in leg 1, and things are looking very comfortable, but decidedly uncomfortable for Wayne Warren. Well, considering this is the only all-Welsh clash for the day, even though I do believe Andy Jenkins has got some Welsh DNA in him, it would be remiss of me to say, or tip my hat to the greatness that Welsh darts has provided us, of course, in the last 40 years. Well, more than 40 years. It's been 43 years since the first Welsh world champion in Leighton Rees. And that is the first 180 for Wayne Warren in this match. It was Wales that stood tall when the World Darts Championship began in 1978 with Leighton Rees, and with the likes of Alan Evans and some others, Welsh darts has always been in a good
95.
place. In the 80s, remember Kerry Morgan, fantastic player. Yes, he had his own style, a bit like Robert Owen.
100.
He was a bit unconventional, but he was very, very talented. Into the 90s, you're talking about Burnett. That was all about Burnett, wasn't it? The noughties,
125.
Webster, Richie Davies. Brilliant, brilliant players. And of course, in the modern day, Wayne and Gerwyn Price, both world champions. There's so many more you could talk about. Barry Bates and Jamie Lewis and all sorts of talents. But more troubles on the double
9.
for Wayne Warren. Fortunately for him, this time, he does have a revisit.
Oh. 83.
Double 16 to get within 1. And if he's missing, he's hitting a wire. Got to get closer. Gives it a little bit of extra oomph on that occasion. And he does get his first leg of the contest to get within 1 of Robert Owen. But you would fancy from this position, Robert Owen is still the favourite. I'm someone who loves to talk about the great players from different countries. I love to talk about Scottish darts with Scottish darts fans, and Welsh darts with Welsh darts fans, and going to different countries around the world and reminiscing about their greats from yesteryear. It's one of my favourite things to talk about.
140.
And one of the things that has been talked about over the last few weeks is the World Seniors Championship, which will start in 2022.
Oh, Rob. 41.
And many names have been released over the past few weeks as to who will grace that tournament. Great to see Kevin Painter's name uttered last week.
100.
I do believe, though, not dropping a huge bombshell right here, but I do believe there's another one going to drop this week. And I'm not going to tell you who. But boy, is this one exciting. course, none of us are on
100.
social media this Bank Holiday Monday because we're all backing the campaign to get rid of online abuse, online racism, online hate.
99.
We believe the social media companies should be held to account, and of course the individuals in question. So no social media for us today, but it might be a 161 for Wayne Warren.
Come on.
Well, to leave a double 19.
Yeah.
I think the laughing there was due to the fact that Wayne was nowhere close to his target.
Oh, 41.
Straightforward by the looks of it.
In one.
And that is a very, very good 13 darter. And I said that Wayne Warren may require something just to boost his confidence. Well, 13 darter might do it. And taking a double 19 never does you any harm. Got to be very precise to do what Wayne does. And I'm not talking about the dartboard. He is a roofer, of course. He spent a lot of time
81.
on the tops of houses and other buildings. That is a very, very precise job, which you have to do under pressure. The pressure being
100.
you don't want to fall down. So it's no accident that he is such a great darts player.
59.
The first time I ever came across Wayne was back around 20 years ago. Playing for Glamorgan he was. And my county of Northumberland made the trip down to Glamorgan. And Wayne played my friend Ronnie Dawson. And he lost by 3 legs to 0. That weekend for me will be remembered for one reason and one reason only. When my friend Andy Lynn lost his father,
140.
Davy Lynn. And his next act was one of a tribute. He then went on the stage in Glamorgan and averaged well over 105 in getting one of the best averages of the month. And how he did that after the loss of his father, I have got absolutely no clue. But there's a name for you, Andy Lynn. What a player.
60.
Glamorgan, though, what a county. They've had more great
121.
Welsh players than any other county. Robert Owen has been pegged back in this one, but he might get the lead back with a 141. Oh, how close was that? Does Wayne Warren have his first lead? Well, it was a bit in betweeny, wasn't it? It wasn't a shot at tops. It wasn't really a scared effort at the 60. But that double 12 does signify Robert Owen getting the lead back after his 2-0 lead was extinguished. Wayne Warren back in the match, but now having to win 2 straight again if he wants to get points. I've seen Wayne a couple of times just straighten out that right arm, just give it a few wiggles, just trying to maybe release a bit of tension. Wayne is 58 years of age, and I have to say, he looks in tremendous condition for his age. I hope I look half as attractive and energetic as him when I'm 58.
81.
But he's just one of those people, when you spend a bit of time with him, you can't help but smile, you can't help but laugh. He's what I like to call an old school player. He's like the Welsh Steve Beaton. He's timeless. You get the feeling that maybe Robert Owen is one of those dangerous Welsh players that are on the cusp of doing something again. And of course there is a Welsh title within modern amateur darts, which is currently held by Jim Williams. And it's going to be challenged for by Jamie Lewis. But I would say that Robert Owen wouldn't be far behind in the quest for that belt. And If I was putting my 2 cents worth into this
38.
group, I'd say that Robert Owen is a pretty good dark horse to win it. But his level has dropped off by 2 or 3% in this match compared to his last, and Wayne Warren has
177.
found himself a 177. Oh, look at this on the 18s. I really like that play. That's really good tactics from Robert Owen. Taking the 2 off the end and getting himself to a 2-darter and putting himself in a manageable position to win the match right there. That was a fabulous approach.
58.
And the match is in his hands. And if he takes care of 90 points before Wayne gets a shot at it, it will be one of those games where he wins 2 legs, Wayne wins 2 legs, then Robert wins 2 legs. Double 5.
Oh, yeah. 85.
Does Wayne Warren get a shot at double 5, or does he get a shot at the bull? It's a shot at the bullseye. And this time his shot at the bullseye is closer, but not close enough.
Oh.
That doesn't help any situation when you've got 5. You've got to get the single number first to get a shot for the match. And he's not going to get a second match dart. Oh, but this time it's Wayne's turn to get too many. Oh, well. I think Robert thought that was in the double 8, and he was ready for leg number 7. Well, that leaves double 1. And that is not double 1. He eventually does get more match darts. 3 have come and gone. And Wayne has to get double 8. And double 8 he gets to take us to 3-3. A little bit of a giggle between the two as they both stumbled at the finishing point of that 6th leg. But ultimately, it is Yank who gets the 6th leg and takes us to the hill for the first time today.
Yeah.
Well, on a day that is traditionally among the world of sport, World Snooker Championship crowning day, who's going to be at the top of the tree at the end of day 1 of Group A?
140.
Wayne just making sure that that 140 was correct.
40.
And throughout this entire game, Robert Owen has been in control. But you sense that things may be changing somewhat, with Wayne Warren getting a 2-treble visit in visits 1 and 2, and Robert Owen coming up with no trebles until dart 5,
100.
and he's had a bounce out. So Wayne Warren has got his first possible win today in his sights. This is much better. Absolutely
180.
fabulous scoring in this leg. To leave 56 after 9. And Robert Owen is going to feel rather empty in a minute,
180.
because he had 3 match darts, and even with that maximum, it's completely out of his hands. Double top.
60.
He could pressurise the tops of Wayne Warren, who has now missed 2 match darts of his own.
$140.
Pressure applied. Now Wayne for the match. Match dart 4 is in there. Lucky number 4, and he wasn't sure if it was in, but I assure you it is, Wayne.
Gave me 2.
He has won by 4 legs to 3. What is it about dart players with bad eyesight? Gary Anderson, Ryan Searle, Wayne Warren we will add to that list. But what we can do is add him to the winners list, because he has won by 4 legs to 3. It is Ryan Hogarth and Arron coming up next. Nothing wrong with their sight, I believe. had our first 4-3 of the day after most of the matches, indeed all of the matches before that, were one-sided. We had a couple of 4-1s, then a couple of 4-0s, then that 4-3 scoreline for Wayne Warren, where we saw him get his first 2 points of the day after he was bageled by this man, Arron Monk, who has started typically strong, about as strong as those very strong arms that he has. Looking to rip Hogarth to shreds here to try and put himself back at the top of the table, where he's trying to currently catch Andy Jenkins, who has had a blistering start. 2 wins and a leg difference of +7. And if Monk can somehow muster up another bagel here of 4-0, he will go to the top of the table. Just had a nice message from PDC official Dean Williams, of course, watching that all-Welsh clash between Robert Owen and Wayne Warren with interest. Good to have Dean watching along.
59.
It's a very large darting family that we have. It's not just the players, it's not just the fans, but
81.
the officials are part of the family too. Well, Arron Monk is definitely part of the darting
40.
family. He's part of the darting fingerprint, really. He's been involved in the sport for the best part of 25 years as a family member of a world-class player, and now being a world-class player himself. But I'm really intrigued as to where he goes next. I tipped him to come through Q School
98.
at the beginning of 2021. I thought he was way too good not to get through. I was incorrect. He is someone who has
100.
done very well to get qualifications away from darts in relation to plumbing and gas engineering and things like that. He's a bit similar to Mark Webster in that respect.
96.
At one point he was looking to be a personal trainer. I suppose when you look at his physique, it doesn't come as much of a surprise. You wouldn't be surprised if Arron Monk got a breaker through on 108 checkout here. Double top. And that one is over the bar like the Cuban Javier Sotomayor. 96 left for 2 is still possible. But he just hasn't seen any consistency today, Ryan Hogarth, and he's really fighting his throw. Double top, and Arron Monk does take advantage of that stumble on the 99 checker for Ryan. He's going to be very, very strong today, and he could possibly expose the players who are a little bit ring rusty. Arron has turned into one of these players as well that doesn't wear a dart shirt. He just buys a polo shirt that's maybe half a size too small
66.
and lets the biceps rip. He doesn't believe in belts either, which really annoys me. It's a very stylish outfit he's wearing, but it's just missing a belt. Just personal preference, you see. As for Ryan, wearing that beautiful shade of Scottish blue.
46.
Always likes to throw a golden dart, does Ryan Hogarth. There's nothing wrong with having a bit of pride in where you're from. I've been to Ryan's neck of the woods on a few occasions, places like Galashiels, Kelso on a couple of occasions. Beautiful town.
180.
Got some stunning architecture there. It is a little bit of a drive from Edinburgh Airport, going south by maybe 90 minutes. But he's one of those dart players that says to me, when you live in such a beautiful place, why would you move? I completely agree with him. If I lived in Kelso, I probably wouldn't move either. This has been much better from Ryan Hogarth in leg 2. Could be an 11 darter.
54.
And how has he found that gap? Well, unbelievably, he hasn't won the leg. I was waiting for him to call that 12 darter in. And it could have been more hurt for him as Arron Monk misses tops for a 15 darter. That would have been real salt in the wound. Instead, it is a 13 darter for Ryan Hogarth, and that's his second 13 darter of the day. But they're the only 2 legs that he's won so far today. He's got to start compounding this brilliance against Arron Monk in this match. 1-1. After this 6th match is completed, everybody will have played 2 matches, and we'll have a very insightful look at today's table. One of 2 scenarios are possible. We could have Arron Monk and Andy Jenkins at the top on 4 points, with Scott Baker and Ryan Hogarth both on 0, and then Wayne Warren and Robert Owen on 2. Or we could have 4 players on 2 points, Andy Jenkins on 4, and Scott Baker being the only person on 0. Matches 6 through to around match number 11. We'll have a better idea of who is going to be at the top of the table by the end of the day and go into tomorrow's play as the potential favourite. Ryan trying to emulate Robert Thornton from week 2, where Robert won Group A but didn't win the weekly title. He came second in week 2 to Chaz Barstow, who does make his return on Thursday night and will be involved in a group which will also have the week 3 winner in James Richardson. Nice approach from Ryan Hogarth, who leaves tops after 12, and the scoring has been fixed over the last couple of legs.
40.
Sometimes Arron makes that look so easy. That's why he's one of the most infuriating talents in the game. But that talent has just had another 13 darter planted against him, and he is now 2-1 down. This has been a brilliant resuscitating performance from Ryan Hogarth, who is now halfway to victory. It just goes to show how scratchy that first leg was for Ryan.
57.
Because with 2 13 darters in this match so far, his average has only just gone up to 96. And 13 darters are well above 110.
85.
We know that Arron has a very high level of performance.
59.
His best performance he saved for Andy Jenkins, and beating him on one of the 3 occasions he's played him earlier in the campaign. He's actually beaten him every time he's played him, and he will play Andy Jenkins in his next match. That's coming up in match number 8.
41.
But Arron's beaten him 4-2, 4-1 and 4-2. But the third match, we saw Arron average 108.95 with 3 180s in that match. And that was his best performance of week 1.
96.
You just get the feeling that Arron is letting this one slip a little bit. And if he slips one more time,
60.
Hogarth could be there to snap it away from him, but on that occasion Ryan wasn't up to it with that trebleless visit. Great recovery.
140.
This is a good response.
180.
Not just good, brilliant. Again, in this match, Monk forced to take out the 100 and odd number checkout. 109, 108, 107. That's what he's being left with when Ryan is on something manageable. Well,
58.
was he going double 19 bull there? He is a bit of a maverick. Ryan Hogarth is lucky that he's not on double 3. Well, double top has proved to be very fruitful in this match for him. It's just got him to 3 legs to 1, and Arron Monk has got a lot to think about in his second match of the day. Hogarth now 3-1 up. Darts is such a strange game, and it will continually keep you guessing. Arron only averaged 79 against Wayne Warren in winning 4-0. And that was
125.
to do with a very dodgy leg in that match. I think it was in leg 2. He's averaging 14 more in this match and being beaten 3 legs to 1. Every darts match you play is going to be different. Not one match will be exactly the same as another one. Maybe with the exception of fellow Scotsman
85.
Nathan Girvan, who a couple of weeks ago had 2 wins in a row where he threw exactly the same amount of darts. He threw 64 darts for a 4-0 win, and then 64 darts for another 4-0 win the very next game after that. That is an incredibly rare occurrence.
57.
We will see more of Nathan Girvan in the future, I hope. Great young player. And the future of Scottish darts, we have seen it here at the Online Darts Live League with Darren Beveridge, with Greg Ritchie, with Jamie Clark, with Ryan Hogarth and Nathan Girvan. The future
10.
is very, very bright for Scotland.
'98.
Great leave from Hogarth. Well, it was going to be the 54 for 2 double tops. And Arron Monk, who
96.
would have been quite a hot favourite for this match, is looking straight at defeat. And defeat he tastes. That 17 darter for Ryan Hogarth is great for his chances, and that really boosts his confidence for his future challenges today and for the group. But Arron Monk has got to respond on that one. 6 matches down, and we still have plenty to go. 9 more matches we will show you for today's Online Darts Live League. And the only person yet to register a win is Scott Baker, who now comes up against world champion Wayne Warren. World champion in 2 respects. The last BDO world champion and reigning and defending MAD world champion. Will he make the belt present at any point this week? Did he bring it with him?
Well, best believe.
If I had a belt for a title in darts, I'd take it everywhere. I'd probably take it to bed with me.
59.
Well, Scott Baker so far today has been on the end of a 4-1 defeat to Robert Owen.
100.
And then it was a 4-0 scoreline to Andy Jenkins, who has had some
95.
very, very steady action today, averaging around 88 in both of his matches. And Scott hasn't averaged poorly. 83 against Robert Owen, 89 against Andy, but just not getting enough chances at doubles. Only got 3 shots at a double against Andy in his last match, and wasn't able to find any of them. But we have seen in the past that certain players have taken a little bit of time to warm to this task and get used to their playing surroundings. I firmly believe that Scott Baker is one of the best swift talents around. And after just grounding himself in this playing arena, I think over the next couple of days we will see a little bit more from him. We may even see a lot more from him in this match.
29.
But it's Wayne Warren who has the break chance to start things off. Double 12. Oh, and that is a very fine try.
24 left.
Scott Baker forced to go the 19s. 54 for Bull. Just doesn't seem to be clicking right now for Scott Baker, as Wayne Warren plants that double 12 right in the heart of the 24 bed, looking a lot more comfortable than he did in match 1 after that win against Robert Owen. He's looking very tidy. I promise you, with the Welsh players today, I will not overuse the word tidy. South Wales is somewhere that I have visited a lot in my career. And Wayne is starting to visit that treble 20 a little bit more regularly than he did earlier in the day.
60.
He is noted as a very heavy 180 scorer. Spent a bit of time in the valleys, been to the lovely places like Cardiff, like Llanelli, Bridgend. I've spent a lot of time there. Hometown, of course, of Robert Owen. Played some wonderful golf courses in South Wales as well. Such a beautiful part of the world. And the people are so friendly that every time you leave, you just want to plan your next trip. I myself can't wait to go back and see some old friends. And the legacy of darts in South Wales, well, speaks for itself.
85.
This is better from Scott Baker.
40.
The legacy of Tipton and darts, well, it rests with Scott and with Jamie Hughes. Double 16. And the improvement in the man who has 1 gold star on the back of his shirt now has been incredible from match 1 to match 2 and 3. But that is a distinct improvement for Scott Baker, who doesn't leave you hanging for very long, does he? He is noted as one of the fastest players in the world and very attractive to watch when he's taking 101 shots like that.
Seven.
I do have my favourites in darts, I'm not going to lie. I think everybody does. But I was asked a few weeks ago, who would be really good for the fans to watch in the Online Darts Live League? And my first thought about players, outside of having a tour card, of course, because you're not allowed to play in the Online Darts Live League with a tour card. The first two that came to mind were these two people. I said Scott Baker and I said Wayne Warren. That's no disrespect to any of the other players who have been given a shot, and indeed some of the players that haven't been given a shot yet.
100.
But for some reason these two just stuck out in my mind.
60.
Wayne Warren obviously because of his talent, his longevity, and the fact that he holds titles. But Scott because just such a nice fella and plays such an attractive brand of the game.
38.
We do endeavour to give you as many talents as possible here at the Online Darts Live League, and we really hope you've enjoyed it over the last 7 and a bit weeks. There will be action all the way through to the end of Saturday. $16 for Bull, and you've got to get the 16, Wayne. Look at the reaction. Maybe just a little greedy going for the treble. Scott Baker is looking for his first lead of the day. That's exactly what he has with that lovely little ricochet off that first dart. Bounces into the double 8. He leads by 2 legs to 1, and Wayne Warren got his first lead in his last match, and he went on to win. Can Scott Baker do the same? Yes, I will be in the chair for the rest of today. I will be here tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday and Friday during the day, and Thursday and Friday
45.
at night as we bring you some Group C action. But Chris Mason will do the finals this week as I
40.
go into isolation on Saturday, Sunday and Monday before my first elbow operation in my quest for recovery.
100.
That's what you've got to do before you go in for an operation these days. You've got to make sure that you're healthy before you go under the knife, and that's what I'm prepared to do for the sake of my arm. Looking forward to a time where there will be no pain left, but we are a long way off that yet.
60.
Multiple operations in 2021 before coming back in 2022. Fingers crossed and touching wood, of course.
100.
But Chris will bring week 8 to a close. I will bring you all of the action to tell you who will be there in the week 8 finals.
140.
Both of these players will, I'm sure, have thought about getting through this group and not having to play on Thursday and Friday, but they might have to. But if Scott Baker takes care of double 12 here,
60.
he'll be on the cusp of his first win of the day. Double 6. Oh, there was a little bit of a shadow starting to occur over that double 6, but he didn't get close enough. Didn't even think about the double-double option. He is very much an old school counter. Was never going to use the 2 double 19s. And he is 3-1 down now, Wayne Warren, who started with a poor loss earlier in the day. He did get himself a win in his last match, but this one is starting to go the other way. Scott Baker looking to get to 2 points with a lot of other players. Yes, we could have the ideal scenario for the neutrals if Scott Baker does win this match. We could have Robert Owen, Scott Baker, Ryan Hogarth, Arron Monk and Wayne Warren all on 2 points, with only Andy Jenkins above them on 4 points. So everything
440.
going into the middle of today's play is up for grabs.
Fight.
You wouldn't want to see a player just run away with things anyway.
60.
Having said that, the only undefeated player so far is Andy Jenkins, and he plays Arron Monk next. And if Andy wins that match,
40.
and Scott Baker wins this one, he will open up a 4-point gap.
Oh, 55.
Well, Scott Baker was looking to leave himself 160 at the very worst, and that treble 5 has scuppered that effort, just as this effort from Wayne is scuppering him. It really is not good news for Scott Baker, that shot, because the likelihood is he's going to lose the leg now.
105.
But time will tell. Double top to save the match. Big dart. Oh, and he found the gap in between the point and the bed. Unbelievable look for Wayne Warren, who's now looking at defeat. But not yet. Doesn't have anything in the way this time. And that is why he has planted it first dart. He's now 3-2 down and very much alive in this match. He's survived 2 match darts, but we've already seen today Robert Owen miss match darts against Wayne Warren. He can survive. Yes, Wayne won 4-3 against Robert Owen with an average of 82.
140.
And he survived 3 match darts against Robert Owen to get those first 2 points of his day.
43.
Will they still be on the mind of the mod? Very unfortunate bounce outs there for Wayne. Not just right there, but in the previous leg. He's not noted as a player who gets a lot of bounce outs or fallouts. But the darts are flung with a little bit of force, but with the way he grips the dart and the way they are flighted, they go in feather-like. They don't go in the same way as Scott Baker's. His are very direct, whereas Wayne's in the air, they tend to waver a little bit. That 41 just invites Scott Baker back into this 6th leg. Does a very good job of leaving himself a match-winning chance if Wayne doesn't take this out. And now that he can't, maybe the best opportunity for Scott
100.
is to win this match on a combination. There's the first part of it. Part number 2. And it's a 3rd match dart missed. Does that sound familiar, Wayne? It will do, because he's taken us to the hill for the 2nd time today, and he's looking for his 2nd 4-3 win after having 3 match darts missed against him. It's almost deja vu. Can Wayne Warren repeat the trick? Well, if he's going to do so, he's going to need to do it against the darts.
125.
And has to defy a 1-2-5 start. Full props to Scott there, because the 2nd dart was a bit of a pull.
59.
And he responded with a great 3rd dart.
100.
I think if there were two words out of the entire English language that would describe Scott Baker's play, it's no nonsense. Look at this technique. Up, back, through. Up, back, through. Up, back, through. Talk about simplifying this game. It's as good a technique as you will find. He stands incredibly upright. He doesn't move when he throws.
85.
It's exactly what you need.
60.
And so far in this leg, he hasn't done a great deal wrong. It's all about the amount of pressure that Wayne can put on right here. And I'm not sure it's enough. Well, Beecher's Brook got him as well. Is Scott Baker going to pass him at the line? And he does. So 116 finishes off that great leg 7. And it finishes off the match with Scott Baker getting his first 2 points of the day. We are deadlocked with 5 players on 2 points and 1 player on 4. That 1 player is playing next. That's Andy Jenkins. Can he remain undefeated against Arron Monk? When I saw the schedule for today's play, I always was going to look forward to this match, and I'm sure you guys were too. Rivals doesn't really cut it. The bragging rights on offer for this match, maybe only for the next 24 hours, admittedly, but they do go a long way between these two. They are very good friends. But trust me when I say it, they despise to lose against each other. The way I like to describe it is, they could be playing for 500 grand, they could be playing for a packet of crisps. The intensity would be the same. It's all about the win. There's nothing else. Well, so far today, Andy Jenkins has had a very good day. 2 wins from 2. Both wins have been very healthy. 4 legs to 1 against Ryan Hogarth.
139.
4 legs to 0 against Scott Baker, who has just got his first 2 points. So we now currently have 5 players on 2 points, one of them being Arron Monk.
99.
And we have Andy on 4. If he wants to get to 6,
60.
he's going to have to do something that he hasn't done this year in the Online Darts Live League, and that's beat Arron Monk. They have played on 3 occasions. Every single time they've played, Arron has been the winner.
60.
And they have never gone to the 7th leg as well. So maybe Arron Arron has the measure of Andy
55.
more often than not. And because they are two of the best talents in their area of England, they will have met each other
100.
more times than have been recorded. They would have played each other in Super League matches, local competitions, local leagues,
140.
all sorts of different arenas. They may have played each other hundreds of times.
140.
That 140 just gets Arron knocking on the door of Andy's position. And with Andy not taking out the 107,
55.
this is an early chance for Arron to make his chest swell. Double top. He doesn't flex his way to a 15 darter. Andy's been amazing on double 16 today. But not on
20.
this occasion. You can sense the frustration of Rocky. As he goes 1-0 down, and sometimes when you've missed 2 darts for a leg like that, and you see your opponent taking it out in 3, on that 3rd dart, it just hurts a little bit more. You can sense by that facial expression of Andy Jenkins just what he thought of that double top. The first 2 weren't that close, and then the 3rd one is planted in the lipstick.
84.
In no uncertain terms, he was probably thinking those
60.
eternal words of Mervyn King. Go away. If you don't know what I'm talking about there, it's because
Come on, 58.
Mervyn's not one for profanity, and when he looks you in the eye and tells you to go away, oh, you go away.
85.
Well, Andy's had a great career. He is furiously proud of his roots in
134.
Hampshire. Loves his football team, Portsmouth of course, noted for wearing their colours on his dart shirt, and a little pin badge as well on the collar. He was one of the first dart players I ever saw who wore a pin badge for their football club on their shirt. It's definitely a bit of a trend at the moment. But he's been all over the world playing darts. He's played in the States, in Canada, all over Europe, Asia,
21.
Australia. He's been everywhere. When he writes a book, and I'm not saying if, I'm saying when he writes a book about his career, I have no doubt in my mind that it will be a bestseller. Because
56.
he has more information on everything that's happened in the last 30 to 40 years than most people. He's been around
85.
all sorts of different generations, including Arron's generation. Double top. Double 10 is there, and again, it's Arron Monk who wins in 6 visits. And again, Arron Monk has got the better of Andy Jenkins. Does he have the wood in him? Does he have a voodoo doll of some description? Well, he's 2-0 up in this one. Arron's efforts in his career have been
140.
concentrated on North America and Europe. One of the times that Arron has lost to Andy was a very important match in Austria.
180.
It's a match that keeps coming up because when Arron lost that match, he retreated back to a bench
140.
where he was not too pleased with the defeat, and he accidentally fell backwards off the bench and caused the entire room to look at him. It was one of those moments
140.
where you wanted to giggle, but you didn't because Arron didn't want to laugh. It was a bit like dropping a pan right in the middle of a department store. Everybody looks at you. Well, everybody looked at Arron for a few seconds. But ultimately,
65.
that happened because he lost to Andy Jenkins. Great response
96.
from Andy, who leaves himself on tops. But look at the scoring ability of Arron in this leg. And Andy expects him to hit this.
In front.
And hit it he has. That's a brilliant 12-darter from Arron Monk, who gets himself a 3-0 lead in this one. And he's trying to get himself on the same amount of points as Andy Jenkins after 3 matches. And so far, so good. No matter what Andy does, Arron has had the measure of him in this match. And look at Andy in the background. He is livid.
96.
Make no mistake, there will be some whispers going on in this room. There will be a little bit of testosterone floating around.
100.
And I have to say, I've spent enough time with both of these gentlemen. I've shared rooms with Arron. I really like him. He's a
140.
fabulous character. I've also had the pleasure of Andy's company for the best part of 15 years since I first met him.
78.
The first time I ever saw Andy Jenkins play, that was the 2001 Gold Cup in Stoke at Trentham Gardens. Beautiful darts venue in years gone by. He hit double, he missed double 12 for a 9-darter in the final against Richie Burnett. He's not going to get a shot at a double again in this match by the looks of it. Because Arron's going to go for the bull here, just to send a message.
25.
The message was almost rubber stamped there. That would have been for a second consecutive 12-darter to finish the match off.
97.
He will take a 4-0 against Jenks though. Double 8. Job not quite done yet. 16 bull required to keep this match alive. Oh, so close. The bull just moved a micron. And Monk looking to swell his leg difference with a double 8 here. And that one might help him.
I'll start.
And it did help him. It just gave him an extra little cushion to try and sneak that dart in. It's a 4-0 victory, and that resuscitates his chances after losing 4-1 to Ryan Hogarth. Everything to play for now as we go into match 9, which is Robert Owen and Ryan Hogarth, who are both on 2 points. Welcome to match number 9 of 15 today. It's Scotland versus Wales in this one. And the big question hovering over this match is who can keep pace with Andy Jenkins and Arron Monk, who have found their way to 4 points now. Robert Owen, who started his day excellently against Scott Baker with a 4-1 win, has since lost to Wayne Warren after missing match darts. So it'll be very interesting to see how he responds to that. But somewhat on the flip side for Ryan Hogarth, who lost his first match to Andy Jenkins convincingly, but has since responded brilliantly with a 4-1 victory over Arron Monk, who has just defeated Andy Jenkins to keep Andy at arm's length for the rest of the field. So whoever wins this one will get to 4 points and will be at the top of the mountain, just like Andy and Arron, but maybe
100.
in need of a bit of a bolster when it comes to leg difference. But if Ryan Hogarth was to win this 4-0, for instance, that would put him in second place on his own, a leg behind Arron.
41.
But if Robert Owen wins 4-0, he would go top, because his leg difference is 2 better than Ryan's. Somewhat quizzically as well, with that first win of the day, or first win of the week for Ryan over Arron Monk. His average
81.
in that match was 93.12, which was exactly the same as Arron's average of 93.12. That happens very, very rarely. The difference between the two of them in that 4-1 victory for Ryan was that he got 6 shots at a double, and he took 4 of them. So 67% on the doubles for Ryan in his last match. That's got to give him confidence. I mentioned in a previous match how many times I've been to Ryan's neck of the woods. Done an exhibition with Robert Thornton and a few others in Galashiels once, and a couple of times into his hometown of Kelso. I'm not ashamed to say that one of the times I went to Kelso was 9 years ago. I left Kelso with a bit of a headache.
58.
It was a particularly buoyant after party. Well, this is a different route for a 1-4-2. It almost worked though.
49.
We are seeing some flashy brilliance on the approach shots today from Stack Attack.
100.
7-7 should suit him with the way his darts understack. He's not going to shield it. And he's not going to hit it either. You can go 19s first on 148 if you wish, but you won't find many players who do that.
94.
Second attempt at 7-7, straight for it. Perfect. Just bump it in. But he's bumped it too much. That's the risk on the odd number doubles. And Hogarth is a fortunate fella. And his prowess on the doubles continues as he steals that leg away from Stack Attack, who's going to be blood red in the eyes and steaming at the ears after losing that one from great position. Well, one of the challenges you can pose for a dart player when you can go back to exhibitions in a safe manner is ask them a story about a location.
100.
You won't see someone like Bobby George or Bob Anderson. Just say to them, tell me a story about South Wales. Tell me a story about the borders of Scotland. Because players like that have been around everywhere. I'm seasoned enough to tell a story about most places. not all of them are nice stories. I have some South Walian stories from my travels that make me shiver a little bit.
125.
I mentioned that headache I left Kelso with in 2012. That was on the morning of the Miracle of Medina. That famous Ryder Cup in the United
140.
States. I'm sure the European golf team had a bit of a headache the next morning after they won that for Jose Maria Olazabal. That's one thing you do risk when you do exhibitions in Scotland, and that is the kind of hospitality that they bring.
40.
I've been asked many occasions over the last 12 months, what have I missed during lockdowns and
100.
what the pandemic has robbed us of? Well, my answer is Scotland. As well as my family and friends, I've missed Scotland because it's the first year I haven't been there in about 12 years. Treble 18 would have left him on double 12.
66.
And Robert Owen needs this 100 checkout. That is perfect.
Oh,
And that
60.
dart was in the way. When you understack, well, you can't understack with the way that his darts land. He's always going to find that a bit tricky. Speaking of tricky,
60.
that was very tricky. Part of the bed shielded. Had to throw a perfect shot there to find any portion of that double 16. Double 5 for Robert Owen. And he's
Good
got
luck.
it. That is what you call a sigh of relief double. It's 1-1 in this one. But boy, oh boy, for Robert Owen's sake, it could have been a lot worse. He could have been 2-0 down very easily, but he is tied after 2. One of the great things about the Online Darts Live League is not just us being able to give you your darting fix.
100.
Gives you the opportunity to see some players that you maybe don't know a great deal about. We can have a little flutter, but if you do so, please do so in a responsible manner.
100.
If the fun does stop, please do stop. And check out begambleaware.org for more information, please. And it is for people at the age of 18 and over only.
85.
But it gives us the opportunity not only to give you your fix of darting action, but you can see players and where they're at right now. And in
40.
2020, with the likes of Richie Edhouse, Keane Barry, Dave Evans, and some others, we give you a huge indication
100.
of who, from the second tier of darters outside of the Pro Tour, who could perform, who could really mix it. Well, as far as Scotland is concerned, we gave you the big indication with Robert Thornton, didn't we? Because he played a couple of weeks ago on the Monday and the Tuesday, then he had to withdraw because he was given an invite to the 3rd Super Series in Germany, and he went and made the semi-finals on day 4. You never know what's around the corner. His double top in there for Robert Owen, and yet again he's missed tops. But not by much. He's going to stay up top for double 18.
Give him
And that has proved to be a perfect plan to wrestle the lead away from Robert Owen, who missed a shot for himself to take a 2-1 lead. But I tell you what, this guy, the headhunter, he is scrapping really well. I'm not sure you could get a more Scottish dart than what he throws. Bit of gold, which you would find on a sporran or part of a traditional Scottish outfit. Bit of purple signifies the old thistle, and the flag at the top.
140.
Nothing wrong with being proud from where you're from. If you want something to search for today online, apart from the online darts live, of course, why don't you see if your family name has a tartan? I myself checked that out the last time I was in Inverness, and there were some very fetching kilts and
100.
other bits of paraphernalia with the Nicholson tartan, which I was very glad to see was black and white. Because I am a Newcastle United fan, of course, and not ashamed to say that, even 24 hours removed from a 2-0 defeat to Arsenal. But one subject I never bring up
80.
when talking about Scotland is football. It's just not worth it. Don't think I've ever mentioned
83.
other Glasgow team in the presence of John Henderson, one of my closest friends. Well, Ryan Hogarth.
Game in 3.
Somebody's getting some confidence, aren't they? He's not just hitting one shot on a 76 for a double 18, but now it's double-double. 2 double tops, gives him a 3-1 lead, and he looks so comfortable now. 3-1 ahead, looking great. Look at him in the background. He maybe doesn't know it, but he's a dart player who's easy to read.
58.
But he's playing well. He has a real confident look on his face.
91.
And when he's not playing his best, you can tell. When you're playing best of 7 matches, or even best of 11, or shorter or longer, you don't mind losing legs like that when someone just takes a brilliant shot against you. Yes, it hurts, but you have to respect
40.
the talent it takes to double top it, and that was a spectacular shot.
60.
You just got the feeling that Ryan Hogarth was the kind of player who would benefit from a good performance, and he had that good performance against Arron Monk. He's not averaging the same level as he did against Arron. He's only averaging 87. But this is still very tidy. His doubles, again, 50%, very, very accomplished.
140.
And this match is in the palm of his hand. He just has to close it. Could close it now. On tops.
Game in
More respect paid by Robert Owen. He was just nodding in approval in the background. And in the last 2 legs, he's taken out 100 with 2 double tops. Then a 145, the biggest checkout we've seen today. And Ryan Hogarth, he is swimming in the pool of confidence as he reaches the pinnacle on 4 points. As we go to the next match, Wayne Warren and Andy Jenkins. Andy Jenkins looking to respond after being bageled by Arron Monk. say that these guys have got a bit of an act to follow. Not just because of the performance, but the finishing. Ryan Hogarth, 145 to finish a match. That is what you call Van Gerwen-esque, considering what Michael did to win his first PDC televised major title in beating Mervyn King at the World Grand Prix with a 145. Well, it was good enough for Ryan Hogarth to win 4-1 against Robert Owen. Andy Jenkins won 2 from 2 at the start of play, but then was reeled in by Arron Monk as he won 4 legs to 0 in match number 8. So Andy has to go into recovery mode to try and get himself to 6 points
100.
with 1 match remaining. Each player playing 5 matches today, of course, and the best they can hope for would be 10 points. But everybody has tasted defeat today, so the best that anybody can do is 8.
100.
It could be one of those groups where we could have lots of people at the top and someone languished at the bottom.
85.
Time will tell, and that leg difference factor is going to come into play now.
121.
Top of the table, we currently have Arron Monk, 4 points plus 5. And then next, you have 2 players, Jenkins and Hogarth, 4 points and plus 3. The chasing pack, Wayne Warren, Scott Baker and Robert Owen, all have 2 points, but they all have minus
41.
next to their leg difference. So they have a lot of work to do. Everybody has played 3 matches now.
41.
So with 6 matches remaining in today's play, 2 games each, who's going to top the table? Who's going to take the lead into tomorrow? It's been a really entertaining day so far. I've thoroughly enjoyed it,
89.
and I hope you have too. And since averaging 69 in his first game today,
40.
Wayne Warren has looked so much better. Tops turns into 10s. It does not turn
30.
into Wayne Warren 1, Andy Jenkins 0. But
55.
it may still be so. Double 5. Pinpoint. He just
2-1.
takes a second
Yeah.
look. His eyesight may not be pristine, but his throwing of the double 5 definitely was, and he's got himself a 1-0 lead. He's been getting a little bit fortunate today, Wayne. Some of his opponents have been missing doubles. Can he take advantage of this? Well, Andy Jenkins is not noted for his
99.
stylistics on the dartboard or his fashion sense, or if indeed you could look at his hairstyles. Well, in this match, I think he's
140.
given his hair a little bit of a twizzle because he's got a bit of a quiff going on here. What's happening? Is Andy Jenkins trying to be
100.
a bit more stylish in the 21st year of this century? I think he can pull it off.
140.
Oh, I quite like it. Maybe he's in need of a haircut,
99.
because there's a lot of people know the hairdressers have been inundated with appointments since the first relaxing of COVID restrictions in the UK. Only UK players, of course, during the first 8 weeks of the Online Darts Live League because of travel restrictions. If it was up to us, we would have had players from all over the place, but it's given us a great platform to see homegrown talent,
85.
and some of that homegrown talent may return for phase 2. We'll have to wait and see. Double 16 for Andy Jenkins, and he's the width of a wire away from equalising at 1 leg all. He could well be 2-0 down in 2 darts time. Double 8. Double 8 is good, and the 15 darter from Wayne Warren gets him to 2-0. He is gradually getting himself back into the race, and he may be somewhat slowly positioning himself as a group winner. We'll see over the course of the next couple of days, but it's 2-0. One of the most impressive things I've seen in the 8 weeks was Kevin Burness
140.
not winning a daily title, but winning the group. He was the picture of consistency in a Group C, where he came second on the Thursday in the table, second in the table on the Friday, but over the course of the 2 days, he was the best. And then what did he do? He then went on to win the weekly title, and then he defended it the next week. The only player of everybody that's taken part who has got 2 weekly titles, and he did them back to back. Very, very well done to Kevin, who I'm sure will get another invite. Other weekly titles go to Scott Marsh, Chaz Barstow, James Richardson. The last 2 I mentioned there will return later in the week. We saw one for Jared Cole in week 6. And that's bad news for Wayne Warren, who will defend his World MAD Championship against Jared Cole in due course. But maybe
100.
nobody was more worthy of a weekly title than Martin Adams,
55.
who just won on Saturday night in a shootout against Niall Cullerton. There's 25 of them. Can he get another 57? Answer right there. 3-0 to Wayne Warren. And that is 7 legs without response against Andy Jenkins. He is staring up a cliff face right now, as he seems to have fallen off one, but his opponents are having it all their own way. Group format darts can deliver such unexpected scenarios. First 2 games, no problem. 4-1, 4-0.
119.
Everything's rosy, and then up comes Arron Monk to spoil the party. And then it seems to me like Wayne Warren is drinking from the same punch bowl as Arron Monk.
60.
I think maybe Andy has drawn a line in the sand here, as if to say, I'm not going to be beaten 4-0 again.
51.
That's a fortunate treble 4 to leave himself on 170. A checkout he's already hit in the last couple of months in this room.
85.
He's not going to get another one. He won't care as long as he takes the leg.
60.
That is not guaranteed yet. Especially with pressure coming. That is enough pressure. Double 16 on the end of this. And it does save Andy Jenkins-Bacon. He does not afford a match start to Wayne Warren, who was well positioned on 97 there after that 140. But we have seen people lose from 3-0 up. Can Wayne Warren make sure that doesn't happen to him?
$60.
I can attest that no dart player likes to lose, especially to nil. It just makes you feel like the number you post makes you feel hollow, like a 0. But as far as this group is concerned, and of course the daily standings, a big win for Wayne Warren here, and
97.
could well drag himself into the race. But most importantly for him, he has recovered from a bad start.
100.
And he's getting himself into a better groove for possibly the next couple of days.
96.
Just because he's a world champion doesn't mean he will grace the finals by right. You have to earn everything you get in this game.
137.
This is a conversation I've had with a few people lately. It's one of those rare sports where you're not gifted points.
137.
It's impossible to be gifted points. You have to take the shot yourself. Just like you can't finish 105 with 2 darts.
I'm right to know my life. 48.
He's left it handy,
You two that.
but can Andy be handy on 74? Another match saver. And that one takes a little chunk of the flight on the way through, and it wasn't high enough. And Wayne Warren gets his first chance to finish the match here, and does so.
I don't think it's here.
If he retrieves it,
Yeah.
it's in. Take it out the board, Wayne. Don't let it drop out the board.
It is, Anne.
Take it out the there. It is. It has won because you've got to retrieve it. That's the rule. And he's just making sure that it was in first. But it is a 4-1 victory to Wayne Warren and his second win of the day, which gets him on 4 points, the same as Andy Jenkins. So let's get back into the last 5 matches, and the first of those is Ryan Hogarth against Scott Baker. tight-knit group will continue, and we have 5 more matches for your entertainment until proceedings will close for this Bank Holiday Monday in the United Kingdom. Wherever you are watching around the world, whether it's via your favourite bookmaker site or indeed via the Online Darts YouTube channel, we have loved having your company so far today. But don't go anywhere, because this group is about as tight as my swimming shorts in a very cold place in the world. Because right now we have 4 players on 4 points and 2 players on 2. If Scott Baker wins this match against Ryan Hogarth, we will have 5 players on 4 points. It couldn't be any tighter, this group.
180.
We have failed to get anybody to register 6 points so far. And when Ryan Hogarth lost to Andy Jenkins in match 2,
60.
if you'd have said to him you'd be on 6 points going into your last game of the day, he would have said, "I'll have that, thank you very much."
180.
I'll have a 9-darter, thanks Ryan, if you can find 141.
60.
We've already had a 9 from James Richardson this year. We might get another. Double 12.
Oh.
And Hogarth misses it. He wanted that badly, as did we all. A fantastic try. And he brings out that $1 million smile of Scott Baker's.
60.
You don't mind losing to a 9-darter in one leg, as long as you get the other 4.
Great.
He's on double 1. Oh, brilliant way to finish a 12-darter. You do not see that very often. You don't see 12 darters with a double 1 at the end. So maybe that was just written in the stars for Ryan Hogarth. No 9-darter, but he is 1-0 up. Just when you think you've seen everything in this game of darts, from 501 straight start down, you get a 12-darter with a double 1 at the end. Well, of course, we have seen from MVG on a couple of occasions a 10-darter
180.
with a double 1. Well, Ryan Hogarth is butchering that treble 20 so far in this match. He's got 3 180s in a leg and a half. He is a little bit streaky. He's a very talented 29-year-old player.
140.
And I think even he's surprised as to how many times he's hitting that 60. And he shouldn't be.
140.
We're probably at the point of the day where these guys will feel very much in cricketing terms. They've been at the crease for a while. And yet again, Ryan Hogarth is on 141, but this time after 9, not 6. And they're 1-all on the old deflections there.
80.
And that deflection of Scott Baker has cost him an easier out. A little bit of running repairs for Ryan Hogarth. He might have damaged a point. Might have to just do a little bit of shaving down on the point if it gets a little spur on it. All of the little things that you would find in a professional dart player's case.
65.
One of those things might be sandpaper. No leave of tops by the man from Tipton. And Hogarth is looking to repeat the trick that he did in his last match. And he's done it again. In his previous match, he did check 145 to win the match, but in the leg before that, he took out 76 with 2 single 20s and a double 18. So watch out for that a little bit later, but he's 2-0 up in this one. One of the reasons why his performance against Robert Owen was so impressive is because his finishing at 57%, well, it was incredible. It felt better than the 57%. He had a 2 double top 100 check out.
180.
He had a 145 out and a 76 out on double 18. But it's Scott Baker's turn to triple dip in the old catch up there.
140.
The most 180s we've seen in a match in the Online Darts Live League was that incredible match in the finals in week 1 between Arron Monk and Jason Askew. They had 9 180s in 6 legs. Yes, it didn't even go the full distance.
96.
The most we've seen from an individual in a match, that came last week. Niall Cullerton got 6 in a match.
100.
So far in this game, we've got 4.
Oh, 30.
3 from Hogarth, 1 from Baker. But Scott is more worried about the scoreline right now. He just wants to hit the ball
Top 7.
and decides to go 10. Well, a lot of people might think that if he goes for the 12, why not go for the bull?
80.
Why wouldn't he have gone for treble 10, for instance? Well, he's not someone who overthinks the game. He's just someone who leaves the number and hits it.
3.
And he gets it right. 15 darter from Scott Baker gets him back within 1 and just seems to have stemmed the tide of Ryan Hogarth, who had that blistering start. And if he doesn't hit any 180s from here on out, Scott Baker might have a chance. Scott Baker has picked up 4 BDO titles in his career. Didn't pick up any PDC titles. Didn't pick up any finals, actually, in his first 2 years as a PDC professional. But he did make a semi-final very quickly after getting through Q School.
99.
Ryan Hogarth, not really one for titles yet, but you'd have to say that the pinnacle of his career so far was reaching the Dutch Open final, one of the biggest tournaments in the world, with one of the biggest entry lists.
180.
And to get to that final really does take some doing, but Scott Baker gets his second maximum of this match, taking the match total to 5.
45.
And this one has changed. The demeanour of Hogarth has changed.
85.
And that last dart makes things a lot easier for Baker when he returns. It was 81 in the last leg. He went 19, 12, single 10 to leave tops and took it on 10s. Doesn't need the bull here. Treble 10 potentially. And again, he's afforded the layup with 3 darts at the double when he returns.
$96.
For a level game, after 4, it's tops.
In 1.
And he finds it right in the corner. A bit like a Gary Lineker penalty in the 1990 World Cup, that one. Completely unsavable. In the top left corner, he goes 2-2 in this one. And the advantage swings back to the mod. From a momentum perspective, you would have to say that maybe Scott Baker is sailing towards victory, but he's going to have to break Hogarth again if he wants that to be the case. Now, there's something that Scott Baker has utilised today that I haven't seen before, and that's a slightly larger flight. He's using a somewhat black and grey version of a Union Jack.
50.
And it's more of the hexagonal shape that Ryan Hogarth himself uses. But usually we see the pear-shaped flight from the mod. maybe he's gone to a slightly bigger flight just to get a bit more cruise through the air, maybe a little bit more glide and less deviation from that smaller pear-shaped flight. It's something that a lot of players who use the pear-shaped flight sometimes do
60.
go to now and again. Kevin Painter's probably the best example of that. When he was trying to straighten his darts out a little bit, he would go to the bigger flight. But
100.
sometimes would go back to the pairs just to get that extra bit of speed. It depends on how they were playing on the day.
44.
I learnt that from a couple of great Northumberland legends, Davy Richardson and Graham Stoddart. They always said to me, because I was a pear-shaped flight guy, that if you needed the darts to straighten up for a little bit, just go back to some bigger flights. And they were absolutely right.
79.
From 2-0 down, it's looking like it could be 3-2 to Baker. Third leg in a row, he has the layup. And will come back for tops. Whatever Scott is doing, it is enough right now. He's not being pressurised because the scoring has disappeared for Ryan Hogarth. And tops is in there for a 20 darter. A 20 darter to break the throw of Hogarth as well. Probably shouldn't say that too loud, he might hear me. But the fact of the matter is, Scott Baker is now 3-2 in front with the darts. That last match where we saw Wayne Warren and Andy Jenkins, that was the performance of the day so far. 93.82 from Wayne Warren and 50% on his doubles. Very tidy performance to win 4 legs to 1.
39.
And that put Wayne Warren on 4 points and -1. And it brought Andy Jenkins back down to 4 points and all square.
60.
So Arron Monk is still at the top of the table with 4 points and +5, followed by Ryan Hogarth on +3 and 4 points. But a defeat here to Scott Baker would really scupper his chances of winning today's table. He would only have 1 match left against Wayne Warren. Scott Baker's leg difference before this match began was -6. It wasn't healthy.
47.
So his chances of winning the daily table are not likely, but as far as getting his points up to scratch for the day, for the next couple of days as well. Well, he's doing a fabulous job so far. And he's going to have 6 darts from 156 after an amazing start to the game where Ryan Hogarth hit 3 maximums in the first leg and a half. He has not got 1 more since.
44.
Scott Baker has got 2.
100.
It's his ton scores that have got him to this point.
56.
Takes care of half of the problem. And he will return for the other half.
60.
To join 4 other players on 4 points, Scott Baker requires tops. And that's what he gets. It's another 20 darter. It wasn't a classic in the end. We had a missed 9 darter in leg 1. It could have been so special for Ryan Hogarth, but it turned into a bit of a nightmare in the end as he lost 4 legs on the spin. And Scott Baker now on 4 points with 4 other players. Now, Arron Monk is looking to go a little bit further ahead at the top of the table. He's up against Robert Owen next. Welcome back to today's Group A action in the Online Darts Live League. It has been a fascinating day so far, and it has just got even more fascinating because that win for Scott Baker against Ryan Hogarth means that we now have 5 players on 4 points, one of which is Arron Monk. He has the best leg difference of everybody on +5. And he's actually ahead of Ryan Hogarth at the top of the table by 4 legs. But we are now presented with a situation which is quite comical and rather enticing if you are me sitting in the hot seat, and indeed for our viewers on the Online Darts Live League YouTube page, and of course via your stream services via your favoured bookmaker. Please gamble responsibly. But if Robert Owen wins this match here, which would be his 2nd win of the day, we could have all 6 players on 4 points going into the final match of the day for everybody. We couldn't ask for a tighter group.
100.
It would ensure, with a Robert Owen win, that nobody would make 8 points today, which is quite incredible.
45.
Arron and Robert both have 2 matches remaining. The other 4 players have 1. Arron has this match and a match with Scott Baker remaining in his tally for the day. Robert will play this one, and he will play Andy Jenkins in match number 14.
140.
But for Rob Owen, it's been a strange day. It started immaculately with a 4-1 win.
140.
Since then, he has not won a match. That tight loss to Wayne Warrant by 4 legs to 3, where he missed 3 match darts, seems to have derailed him a little bit. Just got to get yourself back into a winning position and get rid of it as soon as you find it. Rob Owen then is on the end of that finishing clinic from Ryan Hogarth, where Hogarth took a ton out with 2 double tops, a 76 and a 145.
81.
But you just wonder, with that leg brace on his left knee, is he starting to feel a little bit tired on that leg now?
Time.
Or am I just clutching at straws? I'm probably just clutching at straws. That's a 7, so 128 left with 2. Last dart, beautiful,
65.
great help. If Monk doesn't take care of this for the hold, well, that's a big miss. Double top,
In 3.
a superb recovery. You notice how when he hit the 5, he didn't get flustered, he didn't get angry, and we know that Arron does get a little bit angry now and again. He just went to the 15, hit the tops, and took that first leg. In there lies a lesson for Arron. Don't get angry. Get even. And the best way to get even
140.
is to plant 501 points with a double at the end. That's the name of the game. I mentioned Robert Owen's run to the UK Open semi-final back in 2018, an event that was behind closed doors. A scenario that has become all too familiar, unfortunately, in the last 12 months. Little did we know
100.
back in 2018 that we would be confronted with that so much more. It was an eerie atmosphere at Minehead that year,
84.
where just getting to the tournament was a challenge. For as long as I shall live, I will never forget the journey between Taunton train station
100.
and Minehead in the company of a few other dart players. One of them was John Henderson, in a 4-wheel drive car going through the snow. It was treacherous to say the least. It didn't help
137.
that the heating broke down at Butlins that year, and we were playing in one of the rooms in temperatures below freezing, which is why we had Mickey Mansell in a beanie hat, we had Mark Walsh in a hoodie. Many other stories to tell from that tournament, but ultimately Robert Owen, who gets double 12 there and equalises at 1 leg all, he's definitely not finished today, and that scenario of everybody being on the same points with one match remaining for all players is definitely still alive. At that tournament, Mark Walsh lost to Alex Roy in round number 1.
134.
Robert Owen at the time was playing some excellent darts, and he positioned himself brilliantly to start his tournament in the last 96, where he beat Michael Burgoyne 6 legs to 4. He then
55.
found his way to a 10-2 win over fellow Welshman Jamie Lewis as the tournament went to a longer format.
58.
He beat Nathan Rafferty, the very talented young player that we've seen with the Online Darts Live League very recently. Actually last week. Beat him 10-9. That was his
140.
really big test in the middle portion of that tournament. He then beat Ian White in the last 16. A lot of people were tipping Ian White to win that tournament at that point. But Robert Owen scuppered that, and he also scuppered the chances of a comeback king and John Part in the quarters. But he didn't have enough to get through Corey Cadby in the semis, who
99.
ultimately lost to Gary Anderson in the final. The first sign of a bit of frustration from Arron in his last visit.
140.
Not frustrated with that though, and he shouldn't be. 3 brilliantly delivered darts.
$140.
Speaking of 3 brilliantly delivered darts, they weren't bad from Stack Attack. Oh, he'll hate that first dart and that second dart.
22.
That hands the advantage to Robert Owen if he can take it. Choices from 67. Could have used treble 9,
Oh, Rob, man.
but
47.
undercooks the tops. And Arron, who has 88 after leaving 110, is back in that 1 again. Can he save it? The answer is no. Double 10 has been very, very good to Rob Owen today, and it is once more 2-1 to him as he takes advantage of a careless Arron Monk who fails to take 110 in 6 darts. So Robert Owen has the advantage, 2-1 up. Penny for the thoughts
140.
of Arron Monk here, who has been pegged back.
Time.
I've been asked on many occasions as to where I see Arron Monk in 10 years. Well, considering where he was 10 years ago, I'm surprised to see him where he is now. And I know I didn't answer the question.
Time.
10 years ago, or even 9 years ago, he was winning the World Youth Championship. He was winning an inordinate amount of development tour titles. He was gracing the latter stages of European tour events. He was playing brilliantly at Players Championships. He was one of the best players in the world. But for some reason, over the last
Time.
8 years, it has not worked out for him. I could speculate as to why. but I'm not going to do so because I don't know for certain why it hasn't clicked for him. There are still potentially 20 to 25 years ahead of him for him to realise his talent. But in this match, he is being bullied a little bit by Robert Owen, who takes a 13 darter and also takes a 3-1 lead. We are now on the cusp of that group where everybody's tied going into their last match, and for the neutrals, this is the perfect situation.
No.
It will be 2 wins and 2 defeats for everybody going into their last match. The best that anybody could do would be 6 points, and leg difference would play a huge part, and potentially how you performed against a certain player today. I know that the daily title is not on the mind of these players. They just want to get as many points as possible today, tomorrow, and indeed on Wednesday.
100.
But there may be some of you out there who parted ways with a few pennies and who would have the best title today. Whether it's first place, second place, third place. So you may be on the edge of your seat for the next hour or so.
43, 42.
Me personally, I thought Arron Monk would be the favourite for this group. Today, anyway. Just the ability level he has, the confidence level he usually exudes. And the way he has responded after losing the last 3 legs. I have to tip my hat because a leave of double 16 after 12 is an excellent leg of darts. Just a little shimmy to the right. And that's all it required to take leg 5. 14 darter from Arron Monk, and he's not going to give up. He's possibly got 8 points in his sight if he can somehow get through this game. If he wants to get through it, he needs to win the next 2. Two straight legs here to deny Robert Owen 2 points.
100.
And then a match against Scott Baker to get to 8. That would guarantee him top spot at the end of the day. But he can't slip up at all
40.
in this match from this position.
$60.
Yet again, it's a good response. Ton 40 ton.
140.
But the 140 this time is for stack attack. Perfectly pitched on that third dart. I really did think that the play there was the 17s. But Arron is massively aggressive on the dartboard. If he finds a small gap and he can use it, he will thrust that dart through the air towards that gap. Bullseye first. Well, he's got lucky. Well, that's interesting. Because the 17
62.
left 104. So he didn't want to go 54 bull. He thinks that Robert Owen's not going to take this 141. And yes, he's right, but that's a risky game.
59.
To take us to the last leg decider and have the darts. 2 big misses. He carved out the opportunity, and Robert Owen waits at the back of the room on 82. And now he's only got 71, but this is a really tricky out now. He's got to be perfect from here. he's robbed himself of a chance of a single double combo. And really paid the price for not getting the 25. 2 5s for Arron Monk,
One.
right in the middle. And he takes us to the 7th leg. He will throw first, and he is now favourite to top the group, because if he can get through this one, he'll be 1 win away from 8 points.
$59.
Big chance missed
100.
for Rob Owen to finish the match. When you're sitting on something like 82 against Arron Monk, you're thinking, keep it simple. 25, 17,
99.
double top. You can do this. And it's a situation I've actually found myself in against Arron at the Grand Slam. We had a conversation about it once. He was standing at the back of the stage with me on the 82, and he said, the only thing I was thinking at the time was, don't hit the bullseye.
140.
He looks up, I hit the bullseye, and I managed to get the double 16 as well. Some things you just don't forget. Some of the moments that you share with other players, they live forever. This is an excellent leg.
137.
It's a lovely leave after 12 to get yourself into double figures after 4 visits in a decider is testament to what you are capable of.
60.
And he has got himself off the floor in this game. He was 3-1 down, and with confidence he has now got a match start and has finished it straight away. Really good from Arron Monk, and he is the first player to reach 6 points, and he could be the only player to get to 8 today. He's the only person who can. Will he do it later? We will wait and find out, but with 1 game remaining for all players, we will go into the first of those, which is Wayne Warren against Ryan Hogarth. into game number 13, and it will be unlucky for some. But one of these players is going to finish on 6 points for the day, and one of them will join Arron Monk on that tally. But Arron has one match remaining. Ryan Hogarth, who has done excellently today, considering a stuttering start, but you can say exactly the same for this man,
Just fucking, you can't even shake hands. Can't even give
58-year-old, who started the day
That's an 8.
with a 4-0 drubbing to Arron Monk, has responded really, really well. And consequently, in his last match, he had the best performance statistically of the day of anybody. An average of just shy of 94 and 50% on his doubles. That was good enough for a 4-1 victory against Andy. I think you can sense that Wayne Warren is a lot more comfortable with this now than he was earlier today. It may be fair to utter that Ryan Hogarth and his mind are spinning a little bit after his last defeat, which wasn't that long ago to Scott Baker.
100.
3 180s and a leg and a half to start the match. Missed double 12 for a 9-darter. 2-0 up. You're thinking this one is going to be one of those games where Ryan just steamrolls Scott and gets his way to 6 points. Well, he didn't win another leg after that and lost 4-2. And he's not going to have it all his own way against this man either. Because that first 180 of the match is a sign of intent from
100.
the world champion, Wayne Warren. That perfect first start that he can just glance down with the next two. And he shows
100.
the disappointment of that ton, and I completely feel it. It's almost harder to miss it than hit it.
140.
But since when do dart players do things the easy way? Today there have been a few single fives. More so earlier than in the last couple of matches. But his recovery skills and his general accuracy over the last 3 matches has been much improved. You get the feeling that Wayne Warren is in need of competitive action. Another one of those would have left double 16 for Ryan.
116.
Tops for Wayne Warren is perfectly
Well,
pitched, and the 13-darter starts his campaign in his final game of the day, and that is just another signal of intent that Wayne Warren is here to play and here to do very well. The old 13-dart break of throw to start a match.
60.
That's the sign of a player that's hard to beat.
100.
I'm sure there are many young players in the world of darts right now that don't have the benefit of some of the experiences that maybe
100.
I or Ryan Hogarth or some other players have had when they were growing up, playing against some local legends who made great darts look simple. Ryan has played with some great players in the Scotland squad and throughout Scottish tournaments, and indeed some events European-wide. If I could ask a question of every dart player,
60.
if I was doing an interview with every single one of them, and I had only one question for each one, it would be, who had the biggest influence on you as a dart player when you were younger? I would be fascinated to
135.
get the answer from these two. If you were asking me that question, it would be a really tough one to answer,
58.
because I had some great influencers in my younger days. Gary Robson was a huge influence on me when I was about 21. Oh, and that's 120 on the floor.
20.
That's just a sign of what can happen with Wayne's darts sometimes when he pierces his own point as opposed to the sisal.
135.
And just to add salt to the wound, Ryan Hogarth comes in with 2 treble 20s of his own. If it wasn't for those fallouts, Wayne Warren would have had a shot for that leg to double his lead. 63 left. Has to go the bull route. Oh, that's beautiful. Right in the heart of it. Maybe not right in the middle of it, but it wasn't anywhere near the wire. A beautifully delivered bullseye. Just recovers the shot, and Ryan Hogarth is level after 2. That's the benefit of going for the fat portion of the 13. Yes, you can risk going for the treble for double 12, but guarantee that single. Give yourself the shot. Don't mess around with trying to leave the outer ring. You'd rather have one shot at the bullseye than one shot at nothing. It's one of my favourite things to say as a commentator. Talking about influences on the younger days in your career, I wouldn't be surprised if Wayne was influenced by the great Leighton Rees. Had some lovely messages from Dean Williams, PDC
60.
Players Marshal this morning, and how he had a great relationship with Leighton. I was never fortunate enough to meet that great man. And I was never fortunate enough to meet Jockey Wilson either, which is a real shame because he lived just down the road from me at some points in his life in the fabulous town of Wallsend.
Come on, 25.
But as for Ryan, I'm not really sure. It could be Gary Anderson, because if you think about where Ryan is from, if you go due east
100.
along the Scottish border for about an hour, you get to a lovely place called Eyemouth, which is just north of Berwick upon Tweed. And that is where Gary's from.
55.
A lot of people think that Gary's from Edinburgh. He's not. He's from just over the Northumberland border.
59.
But then again, the Scots don't call it Eyemouth, they call it Eyemouth. Six starts from 152 is a luxurious position, considering the plight that Ryan had just over a leg ago.
100.
Those 2 darts that fell on the floor out of the 60 for Wayne Warren have changed this match.
65.
We should be looking at a 2-1 lead for Ryan Hogarth right here.
Third up.
And that is exactly what we have. Those 2 darts that came out of the board robbed Wayne Warren of a shot at a double in the previous leg, and he should have been 2-0 up, but now he's 2-1 down. He's the one who's got to try and escape from this position. It's been great seeing these new players today, and that's a 3rd dart that has had a point in the 60, but not enough momentum to stay there. Ryan hasn't had the same issues, but it's a sign that when Wayne's darts do go in the board, they do so at a very upright angle, and when they collide with another dart, the momentum is such that it takes it to the floor and not to the bed.
140.
You get the feeling that Hogarth understands the situation he's in here. And now that he has the lead
140.
and a 16-point advantage against the throw here, This is a superb opportunity.
60.
And that is what Wayne wanted to hear.
What do you want?
Don't underestimate just how light those darts are of Wayne Warren as well. They'll be well under 20 grams.
60.
But no trouble in the last 6 darts for Ryan. Just offers a little bit of a lifeline to Wayne Warren, who stubbornly sticks to that 60. This time
98.
the switch was correct. He's got a treble, but it's the wrong one. He has 78 left. He's looking for 3 trebles.
79.
So that would have left him on 30 if he'd have got the treble 16. So maybe that's a miscount from Ryan Hogarth. Unless he purposefully wanted to leave double 15, which for some reason these days seems to be happening a lot more. Well, there's 3 15s. And this is the only way to get 62.
16 left.
There's a bit of a hidden joke in there. Single 18 for tops to survive this leg. And that is what he has done. He wasn't really in charge of that leg at any point. But the fact of the matter is, Ryan Hogarth had a point where he did not hit a treble and he offered a lifeline to Wayne Warren. It's 2-2. Whenever someone gets trebles 15, single 1 and double 8 for 62, I always say that's the only way to get it, because that's how I won my place championship finals. You never forget the winning shot of the biggest title you've ever won. Only if you grace the shoes of, say, a Phil Taylor, a Raymond van Barneveld, or a Michael van Gerwen would you start forgetting tournament-winning shots, because they've won so many.
60.
Get the feeling with Hogarth that he hasn't picked up his biggest title yet.
180.
There are lots more titles to be won. You get the feeling that the first part of his career is now gone. The next phase is now. This is where it's starting, here at the Online Darts Live League. Treble 10 for tops.
67.
He will be back. He has served his apprenticeship within the game, and he now has to find another level.
140.
He'll find another leg if he finds 10s. Don't miss this. And he doesn't. That's a really confident throw to that double 5. A really, really good shot, considering that the 140 from Wayne Warren was putting himself in position to strike. 3-2 to the headhunter now, and 1 away from a final 6 points of the day. Considering what other players have done in Group A,
55.
you may think that 6 points is under par, and not in a good sense. I'd have to agree with that, considering
96.
we got 26 points from Mike Warburton in Group A few weeks ago. That is the best we've seen. We've also seen 24 points from Martin Adams and Robert Thornton. So if those numbers want to be troubled, someone is going to have to get a move on the next couple of days.
81.
But you do get the feeling with this group, it was always going to be close. The destiny at the top of the table
85.
is in Arron Monk's hands. It all depends whether he can beat Scott Baker in his final match. But we do have two players in Robert Owen and Andy Jenkins to come before that.
83.
And of course, the destiny of this match is far from secure. 60 needed to leave the finish to make Wayne Warren think.
60.
This one has just slowed up a tad. Not able to leave the finish there, Wayne. Should really have used the 19s a bit more early in the visit.
94.
And it's as if Ryan Hogarth knew that was in the treble 18 before it hit the board. $116 away
90.
for a 4-2 win to finish on 6 points and +3. Very respectable. He's not going to get there.
56.
Wayne Warren to deny Ryan Hogarth a match-winning chance. Tops.
Oh, come
Underpitched. And Hogarth now
65.
will surely get 2 to finish his day. That's out of the way. And so is the game.
Yeah.
4-2 to Ryan Hogarth, and he does finish Bank Holiday Monday with a very respectable 6 points, and he denies that number to Wayne Warren, who finishes with 4. Where will Robert Owen finish, and where will Andy Jenkins finish? That is next. Match number 14 coming in, and it will be the final game of the day for Andy Jenkins. And the final game of the day for Robert Owen as well. 36-year-old from Bridgend, just down the road from Port Talbot in South Wales. The man nicknamed Stack Attack against the man nicknamed Rocky. And if you don't know why, do your research. I'm not going to tell you, because it's a pretty infamous story. And it's the kind of story I don't want to tell, because this is a family show. But Andy Jenkins, who started buoyantly and was at the top of the table for most of today's play, until he was usurped by Ryan Hogarth just now, and Arron Monk a little earlier. His leg difference has come down to all square. His points total at 4. Can only go to 6 if he finds a win against Robert here. As far as Robert's concerned, the best he can hope for is what Andy already has. And that's 4 points. If Robert doesn't win this match, he will finish today's table at the bottom. And I have to be honest, looking through his games and his stats, I think that's a little unfair. In his first game of the day against Scott Baker, where he got his only win, he averaged 91.5.
100.
Then he averaged 85 against Wayne Warren. Admittedly, he missed 3 match darts, so there's a bit of a tail. Then he averaged 81 against Ryan Hogarth. Admittedly, that's an under par performance. But then he averaged 91 against Arron and lost 4-3. He has not played poorly today, and we've seen a lot worse performances than what Robert has delivered today for a bottom of the table positioning.
43.
But this is a strong, strong group. And Jenkins is playing like someone who will not be happy unless he goes home today with 6 points, because that 124 checkout signifies intent to try and get this one done as soon as possible. One of those rare days as well where we haven't seen a ton plus average. Will we get one in the final 2 games? It's been good quality, good pace. Seen some excellent checkouts, like that 1-2-4 from Andy, his best of the day. Seen a 1-4-5 from Hogarth. Something has started to click for Andy. Started with a 12 darter. Comes back 60. With a ton and a 140 in leg 2. And right now, he is suffocating 60. Robert Owen with good scoring. I remember covering the final of the first place championship in Germany last week, where Luke Humphreys was playing against Jose de Souza. And there was a point in that final where Luke laughed at the fact that de Souza hit 45 because it was his first bad visit in something like 7 legs. At the time, he was averaging 117. Well, Andy has been faultless so far. Just not making mistakes. This is a really, really good performance from Andy, who doubles his tally in no time at all. 12 and 15, and if he does that again, we will get our first ton plus average of the day. 2-0 to Jenkins. Some of the high performances that we have seen in the Online Darts Live League over the last 7 and a bit weeks. We, of course, have mentioned that Jason Askew performance, which is a real standout.
97.
But a Mike Warburton performance of 111.33 against Colin Osborne, that's some performance. Richie Burnett against Robert Thornton, 109.31, that was a great match.
140.
Aaron Monk with 108. Richard North at 106 against Alan Norris. That itself was one of the best games we've seen, because both players averaged over 100, and it was 4-3. Andy Jenkins has had a couple of monsters thrown against him. Aaron Monk got that 108.95 against him, and Richard North pummeled him with 105.17. He's trying to reciprocate to Rob Owen here. Well, that flight is massively in the way of the 60. And he has to try and hit 80 more to leave tops, and that's the problem.
59.
No trouble. What seems like the first time in the match for Andy, who leaves the shot that Hogarth has already hit today. Double 16. And that is leg number 3 to Rob Owen, who does the sensible thing there in going for the empty portion of the board when what he required was blocked. So the blistering start from Andy, but he has been pegged back in leg 3.
24.
Seems
26, sorry.
that things have just fallen off a cliff a little bit since winning that second leg in 15 darts. Needs to get his consistency and his line back. That's the line. That's the length.
100.
That's experience. Whenever you lose your line, you just focus on being straight to start with. Have a straight visit, then work on that the next time you go back to the hockey.
66.
There's an old phrase in the game, let them drop. Get the line and let the darts drop into the right segment.
85.
Just let the throw do the talking. Rob Owen, somewhat unfortunate just to come away with 100 there.
100.
Andy, on the flip side, absolutely ecstatic with 100. After blocking that 60 twice. And Rob Owen just fiddling with his knee brace a bit to be a bit more comfortable. Well, he's going to have to go to the 54 here for me.
50.
Does exactly the right thing, but he's offered Andy Jenkins 6 from here.
140.
Doesn't look like he's going to squander it. His average has dipped below 100 for the first time. But he looks like a player who doesn't care one jot about that. Double 16. Well, the first start was a bit wild.
19.
The second shot at it was a bit closer, but nowhere near close enough. Well, that was for double 18
56.
twice. Unfortunately, he can't find it. And he needs another double 8.
16.
That is just a bit messy. He's missed 5 darts for this fourth leg. And Robert Owen has taken it with just his second, and he has equalised at 2-all. And you get the feeling that this match is getting away from Andy Jenkins if he doesn't pluck it back into his territory. Robert Owen has recovered well. With recovery comes a real breath of fresh air, and that was a breath of fresh air to his chances of winning this match. It's never really a bad time to hit a 180, unless you're on 180, of course. We've already seen 180 bust by Richie Burnett. Remember that back in week 2?
83.
That was hilarious. Maybe not for Richie.
81.
We all know that darts is about competing and professionalism, but it's also about entertainment. And there have been times where we have
140.
been brought to tears with the stuff that we see in this game.
140.
One of my favourite things to see was Dave Clark crying with tears because of Jerry Hendricks likening himself to a fish on the stage. I will never, ever not find that funny. It is one of my favourite darts moments of all time. I love it when a presenter just loses it.
So,
Shows their real human side. Well, we thought Andy Jenkins was a robot at the start of this match. He's been proved to be human because he is now 3-2 down. This game has been rapid. And unfortunately for Andy, he now has to go 2 for 2 just to get the points when we thought he was cantering to victory after 2. .86 average for Rob Owen to this point. 60% on doubles. That is the key. The better average to Andy Jenkins of 94. 8 better than Rob Owen. His doubles percentage
81.
has plummeted. 28% now. 2 from 7.
140.
Things have just become a lot more inconsistent since that 15 darter in leg 2. And those key misses at double 16
60.
a little earlier have cost him big.
$85.
Good show of defiance here from Andy, who leaves 176 after 9. He'll be thinking 136 here,
Really?
leave tops, take tops, go to the last leg. That's how dart players think.
60.
Won't be happy with that 60. The only pressure that can be applied is a maximum. And that's
180.
what he finds. 101. Bullseye. He's not going to go for it.
32 left.
Really interesting. Well, he's offered you a chance, Rob. That's in. So is that. Why did you not go for the bullseye, Andy? You should know better than that. You've just lost the match because of that mistake. And the facial expression of Andy at the end, I think, tells that story. Brilliant 141 out after hitting a 180. So that's 321 and 6 for Rob Owen to get him 4 points for the day. Arron Monk, can you get 8? That is the question. Fabulous day's starts we've had, and maybe no better moment than what we've just seen, with Rob Owen just pinching victory away from Andy Jenkins, who denied a bullseye shot for himself, and consequently Rob Owen takes out 321 and 6. Quite incredible end to that match, which sees Rob Owen get to 4 points and an even leg difference for the day. That has now given himself a chance of really climbing the table over the next couple of days. That's a real foundation for the next 10 matches, of which he will play tomorrow and on Wednesday, 5 each day, of course. But the destiny of the top spot for today, it rests
96.
in this guy's hands. He's currently on 6 points, with a leg difference of +6.
60.
If Arron Monk loses this game by 4 legs to 1 and goes on to the same leg difference as Ryan Hogarth, then Ryan Hogarth will be top of the table because of the head-to-head difference between them today.
180.
Watch out for Scott Baker, because he wants to try and finish the day with 6 points. He's got 4 currently. but he is not going to grace top spot because of his leg difference of -4.
Ah, 68.
Leaves himself on the finish first. Best of 7 again. And we have rattled through all of these matches today. Some of them have been fast and furious.
30.
Others have been so good we couldn't take our eyes off them. I love that win for 133. I really do. It's never used enough because you have 2 trebles you can use. The treble 14 and the treble 13 both leave you a finish. A little bit of creation there from Scott Baker. It didn't work out, but you can see his intention. Double top.
Oh, top side.
That would have been an 18-dart hold. Treble 14 leaves double 10.
Monk.
Livid. Not happy with that.
In what?
And he's going to be less happy now because Scott Baker has taken the lead with that double top shot. He's trying to keep his chances nice and rosy going into Tuesday. But Arron Monk will scrap and scrape to try and get to 8 points. That is for sure. As someone who topped Group A in week 1,
100.
he's looking for the bookend. He hasn't won a weekly title though. He finished 4th in the finals in week 1. That week it was won by Scott Marsh, who ended up being in 5th spot in the week 7 finals.
Nice,
Runner-up in week 1 was Martin Adams, who was the winner of Group 7. Well, not Group 7, week 7. 3rd place in week 1 was Jared Cole, and somewhat strangely, the best performance you've seen all campaign long was from Jason Askew, and he finished in last place that night in the finals.
140.
That was, of course, against Arron Monk.
180.
Oh, nice little bit of a dismount there from Arron on that 180, which leaves himself on double 12.
60.
It's been a fabulous tight group, this. Double 12 still.
In 3.
Oh, and double 12 is sneaked in the corner. I'm not entirely sure how he was able to sneak that one in, but sometimes all you got to do is find enough of a gap, and that's exactly what Arron did there to get things level at 1-1. If Scott Baker can find the win here against Arron,
60.
we would have 3 players on 6 points and 3 players on 4 points going into day 2. We could not ask for a tighter group.
6.
Someone would have to make a huge statement tomorrow to get distance at the top of the table. Even if Arron wins this game and gets to 8 points, the group is compacted. And for me, that makes
25.
for a better group. It keeps me on my toes with the calculations.
60.
But it may make your decisions about who you decide to back for certain matches a little bit more difficult. Well, we wouldn't want to make it too easy for you.
122.
Tom Plus needed to get on level terms with Arron here for Scott.
80.
Clashes into his own dart and it falls on the floor. Got to say that Scott Baker's dart shirt is
97.
one of the best. If I was compiling a top 10 in the world of darts, that shirt would be in the top 10. It may
Okay.
even be in the top 5. But a second consecutive visit with a dart on the floor after a collision with his own flight, that's not what he wanted to see. Double top.
Not
Three.
Arron Monk does a double-double as he gets 91 and 3. Just watch out for those as the weeks progress, because I just get the feeling he gets a kick out of shots like that. Double 17 double top with 74 and 2, and that is 2-1. Yes, Arron does the double-double, and Scott Baker does
Monk.
double the darts on the
96.
floor. Just goes to show where the darting gods see this game.
100.
I'm not sure there are a lot of dart players who believe in fate. They believe in
100.
doing everything yourself. They're remarkably independently minded dart players.
100.
They may be the most independently minded sports people in the world, even more than golfers and boxers and tennis players.
98.
But maybe that's up for debate. Maybe it's something that should be debated tonight with the Online Darts Live Lounge, which will talk everything darts from 8 o'clock tonight
40.
via the Online Darts YouTube channel. Please join Phil Bars and the crew, where they will, I'm sure, talk about the Premier League, last week's Super Series, and of course today's action here.
43.
I was just about to say, do you fancy a bullseye?
7.
Does Arron Monk fancy a bullseye? Just undecided as to what to go for. 60 or treble 19. Good plan, Arron.
98.
Didn't really care for the lie on the 54 to leave 32. Tops. Scott Baker misses that chance to offer Arron 66 and 3-1. Is he going bull? Yep. Show of confidence. Tops. Over the bar. And Scott is looking to get that very double to equalise at 2-2. And that's what he gets in one. Well said, Scott. 2-2 in this one. And as far as the league table for today is concerned, let's get the calculators out because it's getting very tight. Okay. The worst result for Arron Monk is a 4-2 loss.
40.
If that happens, he will not be caught by Scott Baker. He's not going to be caught
Son.
by Ryan Hogarth either, because the worst possible leg difference for Arron Monk now is +4, which is stronger than Ryan's position. So we can now confirm that today's table topper and the League One position for tomorrow, regardless of what happens, is Arron Monk.
40.
It is a position that he's used to. In week 1, he was top of the table after 1.
97.
He was top of the table after 2 days. He was top of the table after 3 days. He went wire to wire. So this will feel like something very familiar. But if he leaves today with a loss, he won't feel too grand.
60.
Oh, it's his turn to get a rejection. I guarantee you, it's not the dartboard. They're just getting a lot of flight deflections. Baker, for tops, is in. And in true Scott Baker style, it's not taking much time at all. That's 15 darts, 104 check out, and a 3-2 lead. If Arron Monk wants to get those 8 points for the day, he's going to have to win the last 2 legs of the day. It's getting to the stage where if Scott
7.
Baker is going to win this match, and we've got 3 players on 6 points and 3 players on 4, Can we just start day 2 in about half an hour?
85.
Because I love it when these groups are this tight. The main reason why Scott Baker is ahead is
1, 3, 4.
based on doubles. He's 60% on doubles in this match. Arron is less than half of that.
60.
The averages are very similar, around that 85-86 mark.
First start, so bad. 93.
Well, sometimes you've got to listen to the dart player to find out what's going on in their head. He is a walking cartoon bubble, is Arron Monk.
100.
He's got a speech bubble next to him, and it's constantly regurgitating words. Right there, he was talking about his first dart not being good enough. Well, I have to say it, in the last
95.
couple of legs, he is right.
Big 4.
Well, Scott Baker makes the error there because he had to go to the 60 to leave the finish, in my opinion. Arron was going for the 25-57 tops route for the 122.
140.
But pressure has been applied if he misses this double 12. Double 6. Hit it earlier, double 3. But he hasn't hit it this time, and Scott Baker can finish the day and pull the guillotine down on Monday if he finds 52 more.
Oh, come on.
Well, he pushed that one a little bit. And Arron has one of the smallest finishes on the board. It's the smallest combination, and he's hit treble 1. Maybe that's a sign that this group is destined to be super close, and it will be going into day 2 because Scott Baker finishes on 6 points. The upside for Arron Monk is that he has finished the day on 6 points as well, with the best leg difference, so he is today's table topper. But don't miss this tomorrow. This incredibly tight group will return tomorrow on Tuesday morning from 9:30 British time on the YouTube channel of Online Darts. Watch the live lounge tonight to see what's going on with the guys there with Phil Bars and company, but tomorrow via your favourite bookmaker site and the Online Darts YouTube channel. Join me, Paul the Ass Nicholson, tomorrow for more. We'll see you tomorrow. Don't miss it.